Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? All right. So I forgot to do Pickles picks, which I just realized. Um, so I'm just gonna go over them with you guys live, and I guess they're gonna be some poor people's Christmas present today, if that's something people are interested in. These picks are always just to day trade or kind of follow the things I'm doing in the market as I stream. They are not intended to be tracked identically. My risk tolerance and yours are not the same. Not financial advice, all those other things. So I'm looking at the SPY. I'm probably going to pick up some calls just above the all-time high at 475. I'm going to pick those up for January 21st, I believe it was. I have some further out SPY positions, and some like long-term positions and like hedges, but those aren't really relevant to this. So I'm looking at 475, about a month out. Contracts are trading at 4.79 right now. I intend to sell those on a test of the upper resistance here. Um, I'm playing. Where the fuck did those go? Oh, I'm playing this breakout uh, to the upside. So I expect to test around 482.82 in the next couple of weeks. Um, Goldman Sachs, not particularly interested. I don't think. Oh, maybe. I think there's a play here for a test of 390, but I'm not 100% confident in it. Caterpillar is still up this morning a little bit. Um, I'm holding my calls from last Friday. I held them through the weekend. I'll hold them through open today, see if this gets rejected and falls. AMD playing a breakout of this ascending wedge into a higher growth trend. I think it's actually already broken out of the 145 resistance. Next stop would be 150, which I think will easily be broken as well. We're moving into earnings towards the end of this month, so expect IV on calls to increase. But any far dated calls at 150 are probably pretty safe in the near term. Um, I think a test of 150 is at least attainable. Your risk is 145 to the downside. But looks good for a breakout. I think it's going to continue coming up. It may consolidate more. That's something to be aware of. If it falls back below 145, watch your downside on that. Anything else? That's about it. Me's climbing up in the pre-market. I think this turnaround might be finally complete. Um, it's starting to come back up over 750. If it can hold, then $8 calls I think look kind of promising. 750 calls. I guess just 750s. I don't seem to have anything further out than that. So, there's that. I think that was it. Yep. Well, Moon, did you want the picks at market open, or did you want to wait till tomorrow? That's just for today. Also, for the same reason heroin dealers give out free samples. I think Myrna found its bottom and is ready for a reversal, maybe. Wow, that sounds confident. Um, maybe. Why though? I mean, it's already $7 down in the pre-market. It doesn't look like it's found its bottom at all. I think its bottom's further down, like down here. That's where its bottom is. I think it's going to continue to slide, at least a little longer. Thanks, Baboons. Previous Jimmy FTD dates we dumped? No. We usually have more volatility as they attempt to clear their FTDs through CNS. Sometimes that means upside. If the FTDs are high enough, it can mean upside. Although this is for the 19th, and we were up like $30 that day, so some of that upside we may have already seen, right? So I expect today to be volatile, a little, but not necessarily up. CRTX does have huge upside potential. Actually, that is another play that I was kind of interested in. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, CRTX actually I think is really a nice play. It's got extremely cheap options. I would want to give myself some time on these, but they do look promising. And the bounce is coming up. This massive gap downs. Also, open interest is pretty high. I think, if I remember correctly, delta sensitivity is kind of high on it as well. I think I saw someone mention something about that. I can't even remember. I'm not getting burned on any weeklies. I'm just buying some. Uh, I'm not buying anything on GameStop actually. I'm gonna hold the calls, my January calls, through today and tomorrow. If I don't see any upside, I'm gonna sell them at market close, end of tomorrow, and roll them out to February. It's more of a big card than it is a bingo card. Listen, I don't know. I've never played bingo. I was just trying to do a thing. It seemed fun. I won't, Dr. Drake. Good chance to pick up cheap GME Feb calls. Could be. Do you sell calls that weren't zero DTs? Or are you talking to Moonwind? Just be aware of the volatility, Moon. I don't know what strike you sold at. I know you had to roll out because you got greedy. CRTX are selling shares as of 17 minutes ago. Be careful. Interesting. How many? I don't have any corporate actions. Ascendient Capital maintains sell at GameStop. Lowers target to $23. So that's on this Jan 28th 155 call I've been sitting on for 3 weeks. It's super close to the money. I wouldn't worry about it. Heads up, my ad blocker just tried to ping a connection linked to malware, literally named tech scam. Oh, okay. Weird. I don't know. I don't have any control over the ads on YouTube. Even if I turn them off, they play them. So I'm not sure. One share traded on a $15 spread. I know, I like the volatility. There was another play that I was looking at. Oh yeah. This. Um I still don't love this, but there is a chance it breaks to the upside of this of its like moving average here. Hold on, let me see something else. Uh, it looks like the growth is consistent. And it's got a bullish, yeah. So I was looking for a bullish crossover on this, and it happened last week. This may start to break to the upside. Just this is just like a technical play. I don't love it as like a long term buy and hold necessarily. But there may be some upside to this week. I don't know if options are open on it. They are. Volatility's high though. Um, but open interest is decent. Yeah, this could break out above its all-time high potentially. Probably a little undervalued. Jan, Feb. I don't know. Probably Feb. I would say Febs are probably fine. Thoughts on XRT going into this week? That's a good question. They still have several more days before they're placed on the threshold list, or before they're not allowed to be shorted anymore. Big run up this morning. Um, well, I guess not that big. It just looks big. Let's see, up 0.5%. As the FTDs start to get netted through the threshold list, this could be good for like a few weeks worth of growth. As it regains this ground from its high at 104. So if you're looking to play XRT, now this could potentially squeeze if shares are recalled to the ETF. But yeah, slow growth back up, probably out into like almost March. Um, Remember, it can stay on the reg show threshold list for quite some time. It can snap back violently. So you want to, if you are looking at XRT, you want to give yourself a wide window. No DFV collab. Ding ding. Good morning, Zakir's wife. Whale teeth for MOASS. Agreed. Was there any constructive criticism on your latest DD that you were considering? I don't know. I haven't read all that much of the criticism. There wasn't a lot when I went to bed last night, but I'm sure there's more this morning. Apparently, the shills that attack my post only work during business hours. Thoughts on me continuing to hold my underground sea monocrypt tropical island instead of picking up a bunch of Fed 28th 510s? Amazing. Short the stock, you cowards. It will be marked possible, DD. Why? Ooh, this is fun. It's more of a modified game of Go Fish and not bingo. Tic-tac-toe. I see. It's only possible DD if it has data. Cool. MTG related. You said a while back you got LSV DQ'd. Did I hear that right? Yeah, to PTQ. Because he's a dirty cheater. Well, LSV got himself DQ'd for being a cheater. He always has been one. I don't know what would have changed. Apple ripping. Apple, interesting. Lots of ETF exposure. Any guess how low we're gonna go? Oh, we might turn around right now. Can you talk more? My Philadelphia wife has been on the phone. Surprised we don't gap up after Christmas. I figure everyone would be throwing their Xmas money into this. I mean, no. I mean, the price is low, right? So the intrinsic value of like far dated calls is way down. Like 200s are cheap as fuck right now because of the price. Is the price going to get much lower than this? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe a little. We might have like a bit of downside, but there isn't much. Historically, this is way below retail cost basis. Remember, retail cost basis is 162 to 196. So anything below 162 is a steal. Thanks, Holden Harold. I appreciate that. You got any thoughts on Tesla trying to break that upper resistance on the daily? I don't really talk about Tesla too much on stream because it's a very dangerous. It's very dangerous. It is breaking out of the descending wedge. Um, Son of a bitch. I would say the next resistance of note is at like 130. Not this guy. I spent 80 grand at 237. Could Citadel be shorting GME and then use the money to pump Tesla Apple to increase their margin? That's a lot. Hedge funds don't like to do the pumping, right? Like that's that's not how you do it. You don't do your own pumping. You get other people to pump shit for you. You do things like release news articles about how great Apple is after buying a bunch of Apple, and then you wait for the price to go up. What's up with the dual 10,860 purchase shares right at open? At the end of the trading day, I see double 18K share sells a second after close. Well, that sounds awfully specific, but who the fuck knows? I got on Reddit told us MOASS today at 3 p.m. Cool. Read your bingo post this morning while pooping. Felt like I could follow along the whole time, which is rare for me. Still excited for January. Awesome. Any specific times today or tomorrow ETF stuff could come into play, or whenever fund managers decide? There's no ETF shit this week. This is just GME market maker FTDs. So these are any FTDs created through bona fide market making. That's what we're going to see today from November 19th and tomorrow from November 21st. Was it the 21st or the 22nd? 22nd. Holy shit, I'm tired. AMD early morning rip. Yes, it's very exciting. If you guys can, please like the stream. Big help. Hedge funds live in New Jersey then? We don't even pump our own gas. I agree that the company's still undervalued. Why? I'm not sure. They haven't told me, but I believe in them. I put an order in for one of his as soon as he said AMD was one of his picks. Yeah, I'm rarely wrong about AMD. I've been playing that stock for owning and trading that stock for years. AMD is still grossly undervalued as a long term investment. Sometimes you can get it a little cheaper. Um, those moments are ideal. Any tips for how to buy calls? And the bid ask spread is like 20-30%. Yeah. Um, place a bid slightly below or above the current bid and hope. Many times the IV that your broker gives you is inaccurate anyway. You can calculate it yourself. There's a lot of Black Scholes calculators online. And place a bid you think is fair, you'll probably fill because the market makers are using their own calculators to sell those contracts. You already mentioned that they're likely creating versus BFMM. Would that play out till mid January? Okay, you've already mentioned that they're likely creating versus. Okay, so a lot of the price action that occurred on November 19th and 22nd was market, like bona fide market making. There was a large surge in call volume, and we saw, you know, a significant amount of hedging in advance of the expiration of those options, and then some exposure after. The exposure after more likely was due to ETF creation, but the run up to 2:30 or whatever we had that Thursday Friday, that's well, that Friday specifically, that was bona fide market making, and so we could see some of that play out today. But it just means volatility. It doesn't. I don't think that the fails would be significant enough for us to see upside. The ETF fails come later. I think the first ETF fail date is January 10th. Also, remember when you have bona fide market making FTDs, like FTDs, can be long or short FTDs. Because they can create liquidity either direction, right? And so it's hard to say on these days specifically, it's very hard to predict the directional movement um, of these fails. Like the future fails, those seem to be like mostly buy pressure. But the just this like these from hedging and liquidity provisions, these seem to be either long or short. They can go either way. I fucking love AMD. It's only been good to me. AMD, a good stock to use as a savings account as long as you're watching market conditions. It can tank in the event of a crash. At which point, having cash is better. I'm not sure. I'm still holding them. We'll see if it trends up throughout the rest of today. I have a stop in place. So if they fall more than 10%, my contracts fall more than 10%. Um, I'll probably sell out. Well, 10% below, but two 205. Your baby AMD did not give a fuck about 150. I know. I don't think Tesla's gonna give a fuck about 1100 either, but we'll see how that goes. I hate your look. Bring back yesterday's look. So I'm up. I have $10 or $11.50 of intrinsic, like they're in the money by 11.50 on the cat calls. So I feel like I can play with that $1.50 range between 206.50 and 205. If it continues upward, I don't want to miss out on the upside. It has broken out before. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. We also have quite a lot of time until the next SLD date. Can you go over your bingo a little and tell us more here? I feel like I covered everything in the DD. What else do you want to know? Motley Tool predicted a dip. I wish you'd just masked off that cup and handle. You're not alone on that one. I wish you'd just masked off the cup. The 218, 510 are under 300. Hands itching, but I don't want any association with the 510 gang. Normally, I'd like to be at the money. What do? And if you don't want to take on that kind of risk, then wait. In 4 days, CS is going to buy me more. High, buy, low, buy, trading flat. Believe it or not, buy. I guess that's how that works. Cost basis averaging. Look at cat calls. 210C weeklies have some open interest. Just curious as to why people this that it may run up by end of week. Smox, that second sentence wasn't English, or at least composed well. I don't know what you're saying. Don't play weeklies on cat. It's very dangerous. It's a slow moving stock. think it might run by the end of the week. The market's coming up. Dow's coming up. I don't think the infrastructure bill has yet to be priced into cat, but it should be at some point one day. I still don't like weeklies. Any idea what the bottom is today? I'm sure we have some support here at like this 145 resistance. If not, there's 137.40. Do you have any plans to open any new GME positions this week? Tomorrow, I intend to sell all of my January positions if nothing happens by then, and I will be rolling that out into February. These April 14th strike options jump from 185 to 240 with nothing in between. What? There's plenty of contracts in between. I have April 200s. Ooh, we're still going. Interesting. You're allowed to post a link to your profile and not directly to the DD post. Yes. I cannot link my well, yeah. So I can share my profile all I want, right? That has nothing to do with super stock at all. I don't link to the DDs in order to avoid brigading. Dr. K, what kind of financial dictionary would a trader from Virginia win angina find most useful? What? With angina? Oh boy, a sale. Yeah. Solo buy high. That's right. No. It's just buy low, buy high. What do you think the benefit for shorting GME ETFs at this point? Would it just be better for them to keep a fairly high price, like 300-400, and hope people sell little by little from there? Not before dropping it as low as they feasibly can first. By letting the price rise, they increase options interest, which increases gamma, like the potential for a gamma ramp. Thanks, Isurus. Thanks. I just need you to say those words for a future video. Would the DRS be causing institutional selling? No, why? 100% speculative, but I charted out GME based on the last two run-ups for 824 and 11.3, and it's following it almost perfectly. Seeing a dip to 141, 143-ish, then rip. Okay. I mean, 11.3 we just ripped right out of the gate. There was no dip. You mentioned yesterday, today, the three market books you recommend. What were those again? Securities analysis, technical analysis of the financial markets, and options as a strategic investment. Give a big GME speech during Exos dinner. This is just making me look bad. That's the point. Bounce off 138 before 2022. Let me see. That seems reasonable. I'd say a little higher historically. Historically, these dip bounces tend to average up. Not always, but usually. We did not maintain the higher trend though, so I would look. I would kind of look to like there. I think we found support on 140 previously. Or was it 142? So we may go as low. I don't know. I don't know if we'll have like 137.45. I mean, I could see 137.45 on the low side. So yeah, I see that. It's like basically the same price. I'm gonna fight with trade spotting over 50 cents. What kind of chair are you using? Herman Miller? No. Staples hiking, piece of shit. Makes my back hurt like you wouldn't believe. I'm happy to jump between your stream and World Championship and Rapid Chess. I hope you had a great holiday. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Early Monin. Norchetto, there's a ton of people in here today repeating. If it keeps dipping without ripping, taking too long, stuff, sus as fuck. Yeah, get used to it. Anytime we dip, everyone gets all negative. It's fine. We'll go up $1 and everyone will be like, is this MOASS? So I have $20 in this rate. I'll be able to buy a share by tomorrow morning. If this goes down to $20, I'm gonna buy so much. I think Ryan Cohen's gonna buy a bunch too if it did that. Don't worry, everyone's banned from Wall Street Bets for saying GME. I got a Feb 200 for under $10. Dude, fuck yeah. Give it to me, Kenny. Come on. Come one. And all the girls say I'm pretty fly for a hedge guy. Have you ever tried dry needling for physical therapy? It's amazing for pain relief. No, Mr. M, I haven't. Do you get bored waiting for it to occur? No. I have $20 and a bendy straw. What should I buy? Shit. I don't know what to tell you, a user. You can't even afford cocaine. A milkshake? Are you friends with Marantz Rants? I'm not friends with anybody. So, no. I don't even know who the fuck that is. If they're a YouTuber, I probably don't like them. If they're on Twitter, I like them even less. Thoughts on Marco Metzler interview with Boss Blunts? A whole lot of smoke and no fire. Well, I think everybody's pretty aware of my opinion on Boss Blunts. Um, he's an idiot. And then Marco Metzler seems like a big shill trying to sell everybody his cryptocurrency because he quote unquote predicted the stock market crash of 2008. He's also trying to tie GameStop into Evergrande's collapse, which is fucking absurd. Anybody with a shred of market knowledge would not say AMC was a good play. Morantz Rants is a logical GME guy. Okay, that's rare. I don't know who he is, so no judgment. That's a bounce of $19 stock if I've ever seen one. Damn straight. He also said MOASS before Christmas. There's that. I don't dislike trade spotting. GME and AMC brought the shills and idiots out of the woodwork. Yeah. That's because there's always, especially in the financial world, there's always someone trying to sell you something for to try to sell you something that will make you more money. But like if they had a thing that made them money, they wouldn't be trying to sell it to you, right? They would just use it to make money. I will. I'll check him out. Maybe I'll watch one of his videos or something. Morantz has mentioned how 300K deep in the money puts are close to expiring that are from earlier in the year. Yeah, they bought them during the run up in January. If you check out my latest DD, I show the open interest on Jan 21 22 calls at 50-cent strikes. Turdford gave me a printout of the increase in OI from 122.21 through 222 or 22.21. Sorry. And you can see them actively hedging their volatility positions. You see OI go from about 3,000 all the way up to like 120 something K. Those are not indicative. They're not like hiding anything. They're not used to hide FTDs. There's no equivalent OI on the call chain to indicate. There's no equivalent OI on the call chain to indicate married put calls. No one's doing married put calls. Those are old news. So yeah, there's no FTDs being hidden there. Those are simply part of the replicating basket for variance swaps. That's how they hedge the downside. The furthest out strikes they have the highest volume because they have the highest volatility. So you'll see volume at 950 and 800 and 50 cents be the highest within that for those dates where they're available. Would you use a stop on XRT calls? I'm afraid they will fill before skyrocketing. Probably, I mean, you could use like a stop limit or just hold. It depends on how much time you have. XRT has a lot of ground to gain, and being on the threshold list almost guarantees buy ins, right? So, this is a fairly nice dip. They can still short it for a few more days. Don't forget. I think they have until January 5th or 6th for the T plus 13 before they can no longer short. And the forced buy-in cycle begins. So give yourself time, but lots of ground to gain to the upside. And generally, when things like this correct, they overcorrect. So it'll go too far to the upside. So yeah, I would just have time and wait. The bounce on the 250 EMA looks solid. Next test at 90. But yeah, I would be giving myself some decent time on that. Volume's low on this ETF, so there's a whole sub about Houston Wade trying to expose him as a crazy fraud. I've read the things. The guy who writes it has reached out to me, I think at least once. Um, I don't know. I don't care, right? It seems like it's driven by some sort of animosity, but maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I'm not gonna dig deep enough to find out. Much respect for your work, dude. I know you don't care for popularity, but you do deserve more attention because you're so on point. Well, research and no hype either. Thanks, YouTubing. I appreciate it. Uh, do you know why I find GameStop Class B at my broker, and when I Google, I find domestic bonds? Those are probably their that like debt they're holding from the pandemic. That like short term debt that they haven't paid off yet. That might be what those bonds are. Regarding variance swaps, what expectations do you have, if any, following Jan expiration, considering strikes that low are no longer available? It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, they want to drop the price as much as possible to try to open those strikes, but I think for next, what do they have open in Jan 23? $1? I mean, they still have $1 for Jan 23, right? So, they can use any of the lowest strikes. Obviously, like 50-cent ones are better, but retail buy surge after holiday cash gifts clear brokerage deposits. Maybe. How's the spy? Bought 475 for Friday. Greedy, but I like it. I bought 475s for late January. The Fridays are looking like they might print. Good breakout. Oh, god damn you, Victor. Maybe you were right. I still feel like this has more room to play out. There. We'll see. I don't know. I feel like it could slip more. I don't trust the run on it. The spam on my post is egregious. Whatever. I just ignore it. What's the significance of those puts expiring out of the money? I don't think they care. I doubt those swaps are even still open. Why you gotta call me greedy? Because you went with such a short time frame. For not only for the SPY to achieve all-time highs, but for it to smash through the next psychological barrier of its all-time highs. How about SPY 478s for today? Aren't you up a little? Maybe not. Zero DTs. Is it wise to hedge with further out call than Feb if it doesn't do what we expect? I mean, yeah, if I don't see any price movement by like January 25th, I'm just gonna start moving all of my positions further out. I don't know how they dodge FTDs though. Aside from just like the only way is to dodge FTDs and those numbers is to do very, very illegal shit on a very large scale, which will be obvious to market participants. Like you have to like offshore, you have to like offshore married put calls, and you're limited by liquidity, right? Like you're probably not going to get enough liquidity in the chain to pull it off. So like even doing that, you can only do so much. So morning ladder attacks are back. That was a hell of a push. $650C for June 2022 still looking good. It's definitely not my favorite strike. I mean, it's Vegas should be high. It'll be sensitive to IV. See the problem I have with those calls is like unless it's just an IV play, you need MOASS to happen for them to print. And I feel like a lot of people hold those far out of the money calls, like those far dated, far out of the money leaps, in the hopes that MOASS is going to happen, and they overhold them, right? So they hold them through multiple run ups and ignore the IV profits and just keep diamond fisting them, and like it, it's not good. Offshore Mary put calls, Brazilian puts back on the menu, but again, capped. That it's capped. Like you can only clear so many FTDs that way. Didn't they send like 5 million puts to Brazil not long ago? I don't think it was 5 million notional. I made 260 pounds trading ES futures using breakout patterns I've seen you use. Thanks a bunch for all the trading tips you give out. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm glad to hear that. You did call for volatility, not necessarily upward action. Seems you were right on the money, dude. Well, they hedge to the upside, right? So if they're buying longs to hedge, like or creating longs, so they hedge the upside on the 19th. Whoa. And so if they're creating longs and failing, synthetic longs, those are going to net down, right? Because they have to pair those with sales. So they're going to short to cover those, right? Or sell. Love it when Kirk waxes Brazilian about the stock. It was 5 million puts. Okay. But we don't know. See, what we don't know about those is was there equal call volume, or were those just additional variance hedge? And they were 50-cent puts, the Brazilian ones, right? So it's very likely that those were just additional volatility hedge. They needed volatility hedge. They couldn't find it in the U.S. market, so they found it elsewhere. It's August 2022. GME is cycling as predicted, but MOASS. Are you still streaming, and are you almost up $10 million from playing the cycles properly? We'll see. Fidelity asking for commission for every purchase of GME, paying $5 above market price. What? When? Interesting. Looks like pulling the float from the DTC is the only way to win this game. I don't really see how that has an effect. At least not anytime soon. They need liquidity, CML, or they need to find a country where married put calls aren't illegal. DRSing does not create more shorts to ladder attack the price. That's ridiculous. Married put call puts aren't illegal for retail, are they? Retail's not going to FTD anything either. So it's using them to clear FTDs. That's illegal. Yeah, I'm not sure why the Fidelity. Well, I guess because he's spamming it in chat. Right now, paid 146 at 141. The price is 146 right now. It was only 141 briefly. Did you put it through IEX? Is it possible that your order just didn't fill right away? Do you have a receipt from Fidelity saying $5 commission? Or is it just like an issue with data? Do you have live data on your, were you using like active trader and using live data? Like there's so many variables there. Would it be advantageous for them to then drive the price up for any reason? Options, burning shorts, etc. Possibly. We'll see. Rip Rock Blades. Awesome DD you just read. Thanks. No problem. Even the smooth brain understood most of it. Your writing is so accessible. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I was particularly proud of my visual representation of how they delay price action with by creating FTDs. That took me 30 minutes because I couldn't figure out how to inverse price action on TradingView for quite some time. What about the intern Fidelity account theory we had? Oh my god, I have to wait 2 settlement days for currency conversion before I can YOLO my paycheck into Fed calls. Sad Pepe. I mean, it doesn't look like the stock got more expensive today. I don't know what you're worried about. It did have market price, and the total price is different by $5. I'll have a screenshot. The question there is it live data, right? Because 3 minutes later we were trading at 146, right? So it's just a question of like, did your bid fill higher than when you put your order in? Like, you put it in a market order, so it's definitely possible. Are you expecting this much volume on GME during the first? I did. I expected some volume and volatility today. We're seeing a bit of both. You guys can read. Run the DD through Grammarly. Dude, if I cared, I would have been an English major. What do you reckon about selling some spread puts until Jan 11th? Not the worst. I really don't talk about advanced or multi-leg option strategies because I assume that most people don't get them yet. Are you confident in MOASS to happen? Or is the only way to make money off GME by playing the cycles? I have fairly high confidence in MOASS. I think the January window is the most likely time throughout the year for it to occur. But if the cycles continue to play out, right, the more and more people that learn about them, the more and more interest there will be in every cycle, right, which will create an escalation effect, where the call interest continues to build as we run into each cycle. And eventually that in and of itself would create a squeeze. Can we for us between 3 and 6 p.m.? I'm bullish on 510 and 950s. Nice. Looks like we're doing an ascending double bottom today. We do them on basically every bounce. If we look historically, before almost every large price run up, which would put us a few days out for from some price action. Do most brokers allow limit orders during PM and after hours? Yes. WeBull does. WeBull does allow trading in the pre and after market. You have to see right here where it says TI. I have to move my head. Hold on. Where it says TIF, you can select that. Wait here. You actually need to do it with shares. 1 second. Create new order. So extended hours, you turn it on. And if you turn on extended hours, you can trade during aftermarket and pre-market. You can actually trade from 4 in the morning on WeBull. I think Fidelity doesn't even start till 7. So yeah, it pre and after hours trading work on here. I still don't think anybody should have any significant part of their GME position in WeBull. It's still an apex brokerage. They have good backers, but unreliable. I think the thing I find most promising about them is that in the event of economic catastrophe, I could see the CCP wanting to keep their biggest U.S. brokerage online. Okay, now it says 4 shares at 1:40, 9:56 Pacific Standard Time. Just ignore what I said. Okay, so maybe I just had to update. It's possible they bought them at a higher price and then filled your order at a lower price. Sadly, there's still massive negative sentiment against GameStop. Yeah, it's maintained, right? They do a lot of work on that front. Reddit guy says short interest support will 1000% cause run up when released. Only choose dates to support his massively unsubstantiated theory. Nice. That sounds very believable. I think my favorite comment from the weekend was somebody was like, I think it's so bullish that Ryan Cohen is holding his stock. And I was like, well, he has to. They were talking about Adam Aaron, and then this guy was like, it's really bullish that Ryan Cohen's holding his stock. And he can't, just so everyone knows, he can't sell his stock. That's not an option. That was part of his activist investor agreement. I like that. I like that we're calling it that nowadays instead of just hostile takeover. That sounds like shill talk. Like when AA sets the bar that low, anything else is bullish. That's fair. That's fair, trash can. The earliest Cohen could sell is, I think you're right, Feb 2022. But he's still an insider, right? He's chairman, so he would still have to announce that sale. And I'm not even sure how much he would be able to sell if he was. I don't think he's going to sell any, obviously. I'm sure he's still in the process of trying to acquire more. I got out on AMD, made 50%. I'm going to play this bad boy as much as possible. Nice. I feel like you may have chosen a poor exit, Carl. This does not look like a consolidation that's breaking to the downside just yet. Maybe you were right though. Let's see. Ooh, you nailed it, Carl. You nailed the tippy top. I think it might go up more though. Jesus Christ, Dr. K is gonna make money on his 475 weeklies. Fuck you, Dr. K. You greedy son of a bitch. You're gonna get paid. Hmm. I don't know how or why the SPY is up. Carl, for the rest of the day, if you want to time Moon one out, feel free. Spy doesn't even know the meaning of overbought. No. Moon win. Hey, look, I was right. Tesla broke 1100. Huh. My calls are up big. This is nice. Elon Musk just making degenerates millionaires. I understand. I understand why people love him. How ironic would it be if the S&P crashes shortly after breaking 500? Fitting. How ironic would it be if it just continues up forever and crashes again? Damn it, Carl. I was trying to ban that one. Elon Musk should sell more shares to brag about paying more taxes. Tuning in and out, so apologies if you've already addressed this, but initial thoughts on the recent SSDD regarding slabs being the new subprime mortgage backed securities. I'm pretty sure that subprime mortgage backed securities are still the new subprime mortgage backed securities. Um, Also, who gives a shit? It's not like the defaults on student loans are excessive. And there's not like an option to default, right? Like federal student loans, they can, take your money out of your tax returns, they can take your money out of your paychecks. So no, I'm not super concerned with them. You really can't. What about auto-backed securities? Americans are trillions in debt on those, and their highest risk of default, most lenient lending practices. That maybe, but they're still tied to assets, right? I mean, depreciating assets, but assets nonetheless. They can be repossessed and sold, and most of the money gotten out of the loan gotten back, if not all. Bought back into the AMD dip. Okay, yeah, it bounced. Yeah, I don't think this trend's gonna stop anytime soon. That's why I was one. There may be some resistance at 155. What's the options chain looking like? Puts. Ooh, 155 looks spicy actually. I think it's good to see this whole run's going to be pretty good to see 165. It may break higher. Boop. Everything's being used as leverage by short hedge funds. Like fuck you, Moonwind. I wasn't aware that student loans were bundled and sold like CDOs. Everything's bundled and sold. Short interest on GameStop is probably bundled and sold. If someone will make you a derivative, you've got a derivative. It's like Vegas, you can bet on anything. What do you Would you do these streams after GameStop? I enjoy the space. I don't know. I really enjoy doing them, but maybe if I ever did, it would be way less frequent, and there would be a months long gap before I started again. YouTubers dragging out MOASS theory to gain keep subscribers. GME management promoting and teasing MOASS for marketing and to keep shareholders holding, to keep value and interest high. Okay. Well, then what the fuck are you doing here, James? Sounds like you made up your mind. I'll let you off the hook if you tell me 167.50 is safe this week. It's safe right now. Hey, Greg, it's my first day joining you. Can you please tell me which trading platform you're using there? Thanks. It's WeBull. It's good for charting, and they offer like 3 free months of data without having to create an account or anything. Live data. I don't recommend holding GameStop with them. I use them mostly as an options trading platform, but it's a solid day trading options trading platform, and the UI is nice for the stream. IBKR down to 22,500 borrowable. Dope. Borrow rate going up yet? Today's first shill. Uh, Second. I would say second. Do you think there's any difference in just throwing your paycheck at weeklies every week, hoping for MOASS until it happens, then buying far out of the money calls for Feb, April? Um, Historically, one's more profitable than the other. um, but that depends on your investment strategy, your risk management. They're very different. I kind of want Spy to chill out. My Fridays are too far out of the money to keep, but it just keeps going up. Yeah, I think it's gonna break 475 today. It's got a lot of upside. Once it breaks this resistance, right? Solidly, like the high on this next trend is like 485, 486, 487, depending on how long it takes to reach it. I think we're gonna break out of this bearish divergence, or we already have, really. And we've been in that since the beginning of November. So it's about time. J Pow go burr. You lose just as much, if not more, on the Feb Aprils. Still okay, out of the money calls. I haven't done the math, but it just seems like it. You have to remember that they still hold potential, right? So even if you bought them up here, right, and the price has dropped, if the price goes back above where you bought them, they will have value. So holding calls through a dip is shitty, but they still have potential. Quite a lot of it. Especially the rate at which prices on GameStop options increase on runs. They're far enough out that their Vega's still decently high. They're still very sensitive to IV. IV right now is low, price is low. If that intrinsic value comes back, you're going to see the prices of those go back up. Jimmy just going to bounce around like this until Jan 10th, possibly. If I were them, I'd start covering early. But we'll see. So if you buy a share at market and there's no shares available, the market maker creates a share for your sale and sells it to you. T+2, if they have not located that share, they fail to deliver. And then they have 35 calendar days to satisfy that fail. Do you know when the Fed starts tapering? They keep saying they're moving it up, but then they don't do it. They were supposed to start in October, remember? My Jan 300 is 97% down. Welcome to the club. You buy that shit like right at the peak in November? What do you think about someone on Reddit calling 3 to 6 p.m.? I haven't read the post, but from what I've heard about it, I don't have a lot of confidence in it. Are we potentially in a short squeeze? Maybe. If it started, obviously, volatile price action is not out of the question at any given moment. Let's say they're hiding FTDs through illicit practices. Would you lose complete trust in the market? No. I think as somebody who's traded the market for quite a while, I would say that anytime anything illegal is going on, that's usually the most predictable indicator. Stocks that are mostly traded fairly with low short interest tend to be fairly unpredictable or just have slow growth. All the best upside, though, is with illegal stuff. Ask guys that have made millions on penny stocks. I read today I think Microsoft and GameStop already have a partnership with each other in for something else. So it's possible. I wouldn't say that I actually think that a partnership with Microsoft would be the most likely out of all the video game manufacturers. You guys, you guys say that like, oh, my Jans are down, right? 80%. But you also have to remember that the equivalent call in Fab is also down a lot. From when you bought this, like these are both down equally. Feb has more theta value, but that's the only difference. You're forgetting about the equivalency of the cost. When fails after T+2, does that fail show up on the FTD report, or is that the only subsequent T+35? That the fails show up. The fails show up in T plus 35. Because that's when they've failed to deliver. Technically, is when it's unsatisfied. So we see those ones show up on the FTD report. That's a rolling total. So if you see a big spike in FTDs and then the next day there's like 1,000, that means that those were covered the previous day. March or April calls? Yeah, you could. Could they do these short bicycles frequently to reduce FTD accumulation? No. If all the buying and selling, if all the shorting is synthetic, then it doesn't reduce FTD accumulation. You simply have to buy on the other side to net away the FTDs. Everyone is talking about losing money on options. I'm just here waiting for my next paycheck because I've been all in again. It's the wrong mindset. That's why you buy far dated calls, right? Because you don't give a shit what happens to the price of the stock in between. All the data confirms that they manipulated the price of the stock down. We know historically that manipulation to the downside is unsustainable. There will be an upside. Patience. Or not. Sell at a loss if you want to. I don't give a shit. But you're going to miss out more than likely. JP Morgan announcing sneeze likely in Jan is like Doge going to $1 because of Elon appearance on SNL. Opposite happened. I mean, Doge went to 75 cents because of Elon's appearance. AJ Craig put their pickle in my jar. Dude, thank you so much, AJ Craig. I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. Just curious if during MOASS you'd consider coming back during a long halt, 15, 30 days. Is there a newish rule? There is a newish rule that allows NYSE president to enact 30-day halts. Can cause panic selling. Okay. You seem to be very paranoid about this, Stefan. You keep bringing it up. If it happens, it happens. You're not going to stop it. So I don't know what your concern is. Do you still own shares of GameStop? Then if MOASS is happening, you'll be fine. How do you feel about Dow theory? It's pretty solid. It depends on the stock, but for the most of the time it's applicable. Not on GameStop, but things like Apple or the SPY. You thought they may start covering early. How do you expect them to play the covering with such a large ramp and insurmountable wall of FTDs? It's tricky. Like, if they cover early, they create constant buy pressure on the stock, right? But if they cover all at once, they create volatile buy pressure on the stock. It could be that, if they have long variance positions or long volatility positions, that it's beneficial for them to run the stock hard, because they can profit off of that volatility. But with the bid ask spread being so wide, it's very risky. I mean, our bid ask spread at the money right now is 35 cents, 37 cents. Yeah, it keeps moving. But if they constantly cover, then the price is just going to continue upwards, right? So those are the two options. I think this is more beneficial because it maintains low volume, which makes it easier to turn around. And while it will breed, both will breed FOMO, this will likely breed less of it. If they can slowly increase the price over time, I think it will breed less FOMO and protect their position. But it doesn't seem to be something they do. It's not common for them to cover a lot like over a period of time. GameStop has very few like continuous uptrends. He's curious if you'd return to streaming if that were to happen. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if the NYSE president's allowed to enact a 30-day halt, then, any options that expire within that window are going to expire. But that's really only a concern if options are somehow the majority of your GameStop position, which I don't think is true for most people. Especially a year into this, I think most people have a large shareholding, and then options as an additional piece of their investment. Any suggested AMD plays? 165 strike Jans. I had one this morning. It was 150s for January. I liked those. Maybe 155s aren't too bad. I don't hate 155. I think that has decent potential. It may take a few days to realize it, but it looks good. Cat is just not behaving well today at all. Tech ripping. I'm afraid to transfer and miss. Transfers don't take very long. Fox and fun. Um, I did some to test it, like from WeBull to Fidelity and WeBull to Vanguard. Vanguard was T+3, Fidelity was T+2. It was very quick. I don't think that would put you in danger of missing MOASS. Unless that guy on Reddit's right. MOASS starts today. Only time will tell. Merry Christmas, Pickle Man. I hope it was a good one. Also, look up Pores and witness the beauty of Pigeon Whale Dan Riku. Thank you so much, VWAP Dan Seipel. I appreciate it. Minute, hour, day, weekly, monthly MACD significance. MACD significance on the minute and 5-minute scale, I think, is basically irrelevant unless you're just trying to like scalp tiny uptrends. I play momentum breakouts, so I'm generally looking at MACD on the 4-hour for stocks that move significantly in after hours, and on the daily for stocks that don't. So some stocks have a lot of extended hours interest. Some don't. If they don't, I'll look at the MACD on the daily. If they do, I'll check out the 4-hour. It's an okay indicator. It's not my favorite. I think like if you want to use oscillators, maybe try like directional movement indicator. With ADX to check your trend strength. GME at 120 remains untested. If short hedge push the floor that low, it would be a great price for institutions to jump in. Sure. This is also a great price for institutions to jump in. This is below both of GameStop's share offerings this year. So Honest question, trying to learn options. Jan 950 calls. Are you all joking about buying these? No, they're implied volatility play. Wasn't a joke. Um, has there been any volatility? No. What do you think about this? My look into this whole thing is that if you can afford both stocks and options, you do both. If not, just buy, hold, and DRS. Yeah, that's what I've said the whole time. If you don't know how to do options or you can't afford options, stay the fuck away from them. You will just lose money, and then nobody wins. So now that the cycle theory is pretty well known, why would they not just find a way for the cycles to be as random and unpredictable as possible? I feel like there is no limit to their tricks. I mean, they're confined by the rules of the market and their counterparties. No trade occurs without a counterparty. Everything's a two-way street. And so yeah, they are if they had a way to avoid these cycles, they would have already. There are only two solutions. They can either cover exposure or avoid it. If they avoid it, they create FTDs. This is true for options, so for gamma exposure, futures exposure, any points where they have to buy or create demand on the underlying. They can instead fail, and then push that out 35 days. The risk of that, especially with January, is that they're pushing those fails on top of exposure. And this doesn't happen often, but when they do that, it tends to create quite the clusterfuck for them. I'm super bullish now that the news is coming out with articles like no MOASS for January and retail was wrong about a repeat and stuff like that. Even though we're not even in January, I like that they're leading into January with those articles. Very bullish. Because if the stock goes to 100K or more, the brokers all around are going to be failing. And the only way to get your money at that point is to directly own it. If the brokers are failing, Miko Corey, you're not getting your fucking money from anywhere. Do you recommend turning off Hankin Ashi when using DMI ADX? Why or why not? You can, or you can just smooth it more. You can increase the smoothing, like the time frame, and increase the smoothing to offset that. Stefan. Anyway, you shouldn't be using it on short time frames, so it shouldn't matter. DMI RSI MACD relatively easy to read as well, and I only mentioned 120 as institutions will probably have more data that we can't see, even with all the eyes on this. Possibly. XRT looking good. Cool. They got a lot of short interest to cover over there. No, I'm going to Times Square for New Year's. Ew. That's like just sounds like a good way to get COVID. Senpai, I know it's been a while, but can we remind all the pickles of the specific books of your BlackRock contracts and non-disclosures? Thank you. Thank you, Chakiseki. They can't change the months of the cycles either. They're locked into OPEX and CME settlements. And CPOE, actually. So between these three, they're locked into those settlement dates. That's what happens when you've tied your losses up in derivatives. I saw one headline citing GME as a certain fail. Super bullish. Who do you think this FUD news articles are aimed at? That's a great question. CS as a super top secret broker that will never fail. You mean Merrill Lynch or Citigroup? CS has brokerages that they work with, but if all the brokerages are failing, all of the brokerages are failing. It doesn't matter. You're talking about market-wide contagion, unchecked. Your multi-trillion-dollar brokerages failing. It's ridiculous. It's one of the stupidest pieces of evidence that's attempted to be used to support DRSing. It's not accurate at all. You cannot sell from fucking CS is not a brokerage. So if all the brokerages are failing, you're not gonna be able to sell out of fucking CS either. You'll have your shares. Your shares will be safe. They will not go down with your brokerage. But there won't be a marketplace to sell them in. Can they cover the ETF short interest without covering the GME portion of the basket? No. They sell through Merrill and B of A, but they also sell through Citigroup, and they have another brokerage they use as well. There's a list. They have a list on their website, I think. When Citadel gets liquidated, who gets their non-cash assets? Their lenders. I said the broker was super top secret. Don't give it away. Yeah, no matter what happens, you will still have shares. Well, the value of those shares, the market, it's a market. If there's no demand for your supply, right? What's your opinion on the Jan 21-22 calls? This again. Been buying the dip pretty hard without the expect. Oh, okay, this is different. Buying the dip pretty hard without the expected movements in December. I'm concerned about theta going into January. Any January calls that I'm still holding at end of day tomorrow. If we have not seen significant price action to the upside already, I will be selling and rolling into February. If short hedge funds don't cover their exposure by settlement dates, which is inevitable with MOASS, how long would it take for us to know? Just seems we haven't seen expected covering for a while now. Well, we didn't see any covering for gamma exposure, but they dodged the exposure by shorting the stock. When you say BlackRock made good options video, you forgot that the video is on its corporate intraweb and only viewable to employees like you. No, I said that their ETF creation video, which is on YouTube, is a good idea to get a feel for what ETF creation is and how it works. But it's only been since November that we've seen significant price action. It's just that December they shorted the fuck out of the stock instead of driving the stock into that massive spike in delta sensitivity. So, in order to avoid that, they have to create FTDs, right? And so then the FTDs are realized within their failure timeframes. We know they did this. We have the borrow rate increase on ETFs. We have the fund flow from ETFs. That data is available. There's no question about where they got the shares to short GameStop, and in fact, the entire sector over the last 2 weeks, those will fail unless the ETFs that were thresholded recall their shares. But if I just want to own the biggest company in the world, no sell, no sell. Oh God. Whatever makes you happy, man. Kenneth Griffin is the CEO of a limited liability corporation. He has no liability. He's not going to go to jail. It's ridiculous. Maybe a slap on the wrist for lying to Congress, which he mostly avoided doing. PUR has 9K% volume and spiked $2 to $5. Me no understand. I don't know. Does it take a long time to create an ETF? Gapped up. Does it take a long time to create an ETF? I mean, you have to. There's a lot of filing that has to be done. SPY all time high. GME not so much. Yeah. Does it cost more for short hedge funds to lower the price while SPY is moving up, like fighting against the current? Being below the index as the index approaches all time highs, or the indexes approach all time highs, and stocks trading significantly below that index that are traded in or on them have more potential for upside, right? As they regain that ground. So more institutional interest in stocks that are trading at a discount to their index. It's actually one of the big signals of a potential for a short squeeze. All of consumer discretionary right now trading below the index. How are they keeping downward pressure on this every single day? Well, they can borrow quite a lot from ETFs every day. So that's the answer to that. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, Daniel Godfrey. 50 to 60% down on my Febs. Would you leave them alone? Yeah. You can average them down if you have an opportunity. Can we get a video on how to roll properly? I know you sell your contract and buy a new one, but I don't know. Maybe it'd be nice to see how you roll Jans to have a good perspective to learn. Oh, I'm going to sell them. And then I'm going to buy different contracts further out. Rolling just is not that complicated. It's much like trading a stock. You try to sell high and buy low. There's a link to a YouTube video on ETF operational shorting on Discord that was very informative. Yeah, the link for that video is also, I believe, in my MOASS DD, or the paper that's behind the video. The one at Wharton is what I believe you're referring to, Pong. Wouldn't it be wise to have most of your shares there to be covered in case of meltdown? Also, if the government intervenes and closes everyone's position at a flat price, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna say I'm not afraid of that happening. Don't you dare explain how LLCs work. Even if they could get him on something, which is unlikely, he makes $1 billion a year. He can hire 10 fall guys. He can hire 10 fall guys. He can hide all of his money offshore, and he can run away to countries with no extradition. There's a million outs for a guy like that. They'll blame Credit Suisse for Plotkin's plot of synthetic shares. Probably. Do you have any advice for maintaining mental fortitude before Jan 10th? Hang in there. What happens over New Year's that makes you want to sell your 950s? Oh, I just want to have them further out. I bought them for the move in December. It didn't happen, so I roll them. Fidelity down to 397. I think is Fidelity up then? Nope, down 40,000. IBKR down to 20. Okay. Thank you, Hacksaw. Is this why Burry hates ETFs? Probably. They're a contagion. Enjoying the 50-year-old Scottish whiskey and throwing dumb questions. Love your streaming, your opinions, delivering every time. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Miko. I appreciate it, man. I don't care if you have a different opinion of me. That's fine. It creates logical debate and good discussions. Is there a moment where they cannot borrow more from ETFs? It seems like there's an infinity glitch there. Yeah. There's a cap, right? There's only so many shares of GameStop held in ETFs, and if GameStop volume exceeds ETF holdings in a single day, the flow of funds is cut off, right? The flow of synthetics is cut off. Or if those ETFs are reg showed. For all the Washingtonians in chat, don't forget you have to pay a 7% tax on long-term gains. It's like Washington State. You can sell options? Yeah. Counterpoint rate, jail time, Enron C-level execs. Blatant criminal activity and conspiracy. It's also they stole money from rich people. With the increased volume today, they must be covering something. I mean, there's FTDs today. There, there's no doubt that there's FTDs today. That doesn't. But if they're not in, if they're not in great enough quantity and they're not short FTDs, right? Then the upside is questionable. Update on the daily? Yeah, I guess so. Sorry, is volume 50 not 50 years old? Okay. Would you recommend using normal candles or Henkei during MOASS, or does it not matter? Thank you. Henkei might be better if you're not used to following technical trends. They tend to present trends in an easier to visualize manner. But probably regular candles are best. I think it's better to average down when you can. If you see an opportunity to average down, even if it's not the bottom of a dip, it's still an opportunity to average down, right? Maybe you missed the dip by $2 or something or $3, right? But if you're able to average down here and you just miss that small dip, it's not that big of a deal. How many ETFs containing GME are on the reg show threshold list? 3 currently. They repealed their 7% capital tax for Washington State, FYI. Oh, okay. Michael Jordan could lose money. I mean, it's sure it's possible, but could he get out of it? Yeah. Are you gonna try out Boss Brunt's brokerage he's creating? No. Um, a lot of AMC live streams have been popping up in my feed. Of course they have. AMC is green. We lost. Where are you? Where were you at on GDDY? I didn't have an opinion on it. I don't think. Rich people stealing money from poor people is capitalism. Poor people stealing money from rich people is class warfare. Rich people stealing money from rich people is white collar crime. Yes. And they also have to steal money from people richer than them. Yeah, rolling an option is, as you approach your expiration, if the option has not realized the value you expect. I have a clip on options rules also. You can sell that contract and buy one further out. Usually you can lose money in this process. You try to minimize those losses by selling high and buying back in low. That's not always the case. Usually if your option goes up, it's gone up and you've made a profit. So usually you're selling your option low and hopefully buying in low at the further strike date. Which is worth keeping an eye on, such as IJF, FTXD versus XRT. I mean, yeah, if they have a larger amount, there's 105 or 106 ETFs, by the way. 6'3" Prometheus, Danpow, and a few that were just added um, in the last month. The biggest ones with the most active options chains are the ones that tend to be the best to keep an eye on. But XRT is known to have a lot of issues in its past. It has been wildly mismanaged for a long time. Yeah, using that brokerage roll option isn't always beneficial. They're not going to get you the best price on your forward movement of that contract. It's good if you don't know what you're doing, but if you do, you can save a lot of money by doing it manually. Yeah, I saw the slabs DD. I don't think it matters. You can't default on student loans. Not really. So it's irrelevant. They've been going on about this for ages. I'd be much more worried about the housing market. At which day you load up on calls? I have a feeling they'll start covering from 6th of January in advance for the 10th ETF date. Yeah, I plan to buy back in on the 5th or the 6th in case they do start to run the price up in advance of the FTD covering. So I expect that they may cover early. And if they do, I want to be prepared for that. AMC is a Monday, Wednesday pump, Thursday, Friday dump. No? I mean, most of the like ETF basket stocks are because all of the exposure on them falls on Monday through Wednesday, right? Because like T+2 and T+3 dates rarely fall on Friday, Thursday, and Friday. Here's something that no one's bringing up. What about Citadel's massive short position in treasuries? Has anyone talked about that? I feel like that has far more to do with reverse repo and could directly affect GameStop than any of these other things like Slabs or Evergrande. Look at GDDY. That's my point. Should have been in Pickles picks. Why? How the fuck would I have predicted this? I mean, it's like an okay breakout trend, but it easily could have failed. Didn't come up on any of my scanners. Just because a play exists doesn't mean I'm going to know about it. What's the rationale behind that? I expect a jump in price around the 10th. We could see some stagnation between the 10th and the 25th. Hold on. I need to do something here first. I know Adobit talked about it, but did he talk about what a failure of that position meant? And how reverse repo could actually be used there? Or why JP Morgan seems to be so interested in fucking Citadel over? Because I feel like those aspects of it were left out. I don't hate what Adabit did. I just didn't find a ton of value in it myself, which I discussed a lot in the past. I think it was a very good introduction to how fucked up the markets are for people who didn't know. Because apparently a lot of people were unaware of this. That's offset. There we go. Nope. Still off. Is that it? There. So yeah, I expect some stagnation here. We have these two, we have ETF and GME FTD dates that pile up right here. But then from this ETF FTD date, or this GME, there's a space here from January 12th through the 20th where there's really not a lot going on. Last year, there was some pre-covering that occurred, but not a lot happening in that range. So we have this period of time from now until the 10th. And then we have another little window here. But it's hard to say how volatile that window would be. But it does look like right around here, the price started to climb back up. So there, right around January 3rd, 4th. I guess this year would be a little offset because it's not a leap year. The pen's visible. It's just a very small arrow. See? The pen is working. I'll make it bigger because you guys can't see it. Is that better? Right there. The price falls off or starts to climb a little bit into the ETF date. And so I think this is kind of where they switched and started covering last year. So I'd hope to be in have my options rolled by then, before we start to see significant price improvement. This is not the one that I wanted to use. Where's my fucking... There we go. Sorry, watching my blind man screen. It's all good. If they're short US bonds, 10-year going down means bond prices go up. Means they lose collateral. It means they need to deflate their short position on GME. Thus, GME and US 10-year are inversely correlated. Don't forget a rate increase is possible in 2022. It's just waiting for the data to load. Ambigaton. That's all. Is this upcoming Jan worse than last Jan for the hedgies? Well, so GameStop's bid-ask spread is 300% to 9,000% wider at the money. The stock is vastly more illiquid than it was last year. It is far lower weighting in ETFs. It has far lower institutional ownership. All of these make it harder to obtain liquidity. Both of these make it harder to obtain liquidity. Retail has a massive holding, which also buy, hold, DRS. All of these create more illiquidity in the stock, which is what raises the spread on the bid ask or widens it. And this creates more volatility. So I would say that GameStop is a vastly different asset than it was last year. Not to mention the fact that, you know, it's trading at prices a couple 1,000% higher than it was. Or 1,000% higher at the beginning of this year. I'll clip that. What does it mean about the bid ask 300 to 9,000%? Due to the illiquidity of the underlying, the bid ask spread gets wider and wider. As the bid is slapped more by short orders, this pushes the bid further down where the ask remains the same, further widening that gap. When a buy order is then placed, the price will jump up to the ask price. And the further this gap is, the wider it jumps, which is what creates gap ups in the order book. And this can keep happening because the stock has a very wide bid-ask spread. If you look further down the chain on GameStop, like if you look all the way out on the chain, say there were to be a rush of buy volume, you know, you have a bid-ask spread here from 137 to 159. right? We have a massive sell wall at 159.61 also, which is interesting. That should be noted. Definitely trying to prevent. There's going to be some upside movement today. Curious. Haven't seen a sell wall in a while. So yeah, that's the importance of the bid-ask spread. Creates volatility. Volatile stock will gap up quickly. In the event of a short squeeze, GameStop could gap up very, very, very fast. So we talked about that run up into MOASS, and a long time ago we talked about how potentially slow that could be. It could take weeks for us to climb up, and that's no longer really true. It could happen very quickly. We could gap up into halts if our gap spread is more than 10%. The next trade will halt the stock as the stock jumps 10% in one candle. Clip it. 40-ounce Oracle. Just saw a MOASS post, bingo post. No question for you. Just want to say thanks for continuing to educate the community. Thanks, 40-ounce. I appreciate that, man. Seems to be 2 sell walls on XRT as well. Yeah, it looks. I think they covered the long FTDs first thing, and now they're covering the short side FTDs. So this is also probably shorting. Long FTDs plus shorts. These are the borrowed shares. Clip it? Yeah, I'll clip it. The NBBO, National. Yeah. National Best Bid Order, right? Best Bid Offer. Sorry, that came out of left field. Have you seen the level of spam you're getting today? Over 30 DRS spam posts in less than an hour from one user. Sounds like that person's probably insane. Report them for spam? I don't know. Clip it? I did, I think. DFU's legend would grow exponentially if he held all the way through MOASS. I mean, could his legend be any bigger? Can you clip the whole stream? I do, at the end of every day. You've described the success of the squeeze as being dependent on the amount of derivative leverage applied to hedge funds. Is the current leverage significant enough for MOASS, or do we need more? Current OI is around 200,000 calls on the chain. Last year was about 400,000, last January. But with our illiquidity, this could be sufficient. We also may see a lot more flow in. I think some of this dip may get bought up by institutions. I think we may see more institutional interest as we recover from this dip flow in. And I think that could pump up the options chain. I also just think we'll see more options interest as we move towards the leaps. So will retail benefit the most from that options interest? That I don't know. I hope so. National best bed offer. National best buy offer. MOASS can't start without Hot Boys and Girls Club. It's true. They've been gone for a while. Did Santa bring you a Matt Kors shirt this year? He didn't. Clip that, please. Which I clipped a bunch of things. National best burger option. What model of espresso machine would you buy, and why haven't you bought it yet? I would buy a Slayer, and I haven't bought one because they're $10,000. Do $1 pizza slice still exist in New York, or did They do, but you don't want to eat them. They're not good. There's no good pizzeria that has dollar slices. Not anymore. The places that do have dollar slices have atrocious pizza and have been accused of creating food poisoning. Like several people have died from eating at them in the last few years. Bad, like D health rating establishments. If when covering short FTDs, if we don't see VUP, doesn't that mean there wasn't much shorting on the downtrend to 150? Well, yes, it would mean that. It would mean that. Well, it would mean that there was net buying equivalent to the short sales, which is not true. If you look at our short volume, most of the dip, I pointed it out in the DD last night, Moon. We were spiking up to like 72% of our volume traded daily is short. I'm not really concerned with the upside potential of that. 200 weekly for 46 cents, loaded up, time to MOASS, greedy as fuck, and a waste of $46, but I like it. Bullish. I'd love to hit $200 today or tomorrow. Best day to buy Feb 18s. I'm probably going to buy into them next week. Sometime between, I don't know, after July 3rd or January 3rd. Sorry. What about enhanced best buy offer? What do you think is impossible to talk about GME on Wall Street bets? I don't know. They're tired of hearing about it. Too many people have gotten burned. Shills, whatever. No, it's chili pickle winter, without a doubt. Do you think 2020 Jan 28th calls are a good idea? They're probably fine. I don't love them because you won't have the ability to roll them if nothing happens. Like you'll lose all your value in them waiting for something to happen. That's the reason, you buy far out, you roll a month before. Right, so you can maintain the position and only pay for theta. What the fuck? The mustard Tyget salutes you? I don't even know what that means. Thoughts on Feb 4 calls as they're now open. They missed the second part of the ETF FTD windows. The ETF FTD windows extend out through Feb 8th. So, no good. Stop trying to cheap out on shitty short-term options, everybody. Feb 18th are also monthlies. So they have higher open interest. better liquidity, and they capture all the movement. This is the best date, and then any monthly or quarterly or leap beyond that. Shitty weekly calls that open up on the chains are not good, and they're a great way to lose money. Best burger? I don't really like burgers that much. We've been over this before in the chat. What's the best pizza in New York and why is it Sbarro? It's definitely not Sbarro. What do you think of JWN movement today? Looks like FTDs are being covered. FTDs being covered. FTDs being covered. What else? FTDs being covered. A little more similar to GameStop there, though. I still suspect that there are FTDs that occur in IWM, even though GameStop is no longer in the Russell 2000, but hard to prove. Those FTDs would be tied up in the derivatives chain, and it's very difficult to assess if that's like true or not, but it seems to be. It could be that they were used for hedging contracts that were more recently closed, but which is the only reason these two would track. GameStop and AMC are no longer in the same primary index. I mean, my current espresso machine is like a $2,000 machine, but I got it on Craigslist for like $500. I had to do some repairs to it, but I mean, they last like a lifetime, so it was worth it. Tried watching vids, but still confused. Could you give an example of delta, gamma, theta, IV range for buy sell options? Thanks for your patience. Okay. What what thing there do you want to know? You want me to break down options in their entirety for you, the last hot sauce? Because I don't have time on stream to do that. Is there like a more specific thing that you're not understanding or that you want to know? I'll be happy to answer that, but you're essentially asking me to teach you about the Greeks. I'm guessing I'm not really sure what you're driving at. Just answer in the comments, and I'll try to help as much as I can. Just joining. Sorry if you sold off your Feb 18 position. No, I haven't. I have no intention of selling off my Feb 18 position. Yes, use the phrase "chili pickle winter" rolls right off the tongue, and it's beautiful. Riku, thank you, VWAP Dan Seibel. I don't know, Apple something, Chris Green. So if we're down 80% on our January 21 calls, 180, 220, better to take a large loss, thousands of dollars, or just hold and hope for a bounce. Not much left to roll to Febs. You can hold and hope for a bounce if you bought really high on the peak. I'm not selling any Jan calls below 180 or 180 and below. So these I'm going to hold. I have 180s, I have 160s. I'm definitely holding those. I think I have 195. I'll probably get rid of that. But everything above 200 for January, I'm going to sell off. So these I'll hold because they're very near the money, and if we see any price improvement over the next couple of weeks, these will just go in the money, right? So I'm not super concerned with these. I'm more concerned with the ones further out of the money. Except 510s. Mustard Tiger. Trailer Park Boys. Trailer Park Boys reference. Why don't I get that? I've seen that so many times, and I can't think of Mustard Tiger at all right now. I've had smash burgers. Any take on QQQ or even SPY since they correlate? I'm 102%. I think I'm just taking my profits unless there is expected upside. I mean, I think the SPY is going to keep running. Already testing 475. It may get a little burnt out today and come back down before correcting more to the upside, but I have 475s in January, which are already up significantly from this morning. QQQ, I haven't really been following, but I could take a look. I'm sure it's similar. Yeah, QQQ also, reversing trend, breaking to the upside. It's got some ground to gain, still. But it looks strong. I don't dislike the current trend on this. I think both of these, if you have time on your options, they have a lot of room for improvement. How are they covering the other stocks but not GME? They're just letting them all fail and covering the other ones to their margin. They may have more FTDs on the other stocks than they do on GME. They're all different. They all have different floats, different liquidity. GameStop's very illiquid, right? So covering on GameStop presents a lot of risk. Some of those other stocks, not so much. IJH, what about it? It's having a nice run today. We seem to be tracking pretty closely with this. Not nearly as well, but lasagna can be okay. How are you covering the other stocks but not GME? They're letting them all fall and covering the other ones to their margin. Answer that. Thoughts on buying out of the money calls? More expensive, yes, but we know short hedge funds don't hedge these shares. Buying higher than market price is my kind of degeneration. Why not? I don't think they hedge the in the money calls very well either. I mean, maybe if they're deep in the money, they're hedging them, but I suspect that at the money and near in the money aren't being hedged properly at all. Uh, I prefer to mostly buy at the money. I'll buy out of the money because IV is so sensitive on GameStop, but um I mean on any price increase, any current existing options are going to go up in value on the call side. So it's all just determined by your risk and how much risk you're willing to take. Explain all the Greeks, please, and thank you. S. What's a call? It's a contract to buy 100 shares at the agreed upon strike. It's the option to, but not the obligation to buy those shares. Lots of good videos and textbooks out there regarding Greeks. Yeah, I feel like there are. That's why I just don't really cover it. I think AMD is going to test 170 anytime soon. Let's see it break 165 first. Maybe into like pre-earnings. It's possible. I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time, and I haven't built up the confidence until right this very moment. Are you planning on streaming earnings? It depends on if it's pre or post MOASS, Jeff Wilson. But yeah, probably. Thoughts on Options Council and their videos? I haven't seen them. Fractional reserve banking with securities, so hot right now. Is the Schiller PE at 40 a good thing? But it has a lot higher than it can run. When there's hot liquid in a mug, it sweats on the inside. When there's cold liquid in a mug, it sweats on the outside. Why is this? And also, why does my dad not love me? Well, your dad doesn't love you, Moonwin, because you're a degenerate and a disappointment. Does short selling contribute to daily volume? Of course. Can they cover the ETF and still short the stock? Like simultaneously? That doesn't seem very profitable. Like you're driving the price of the ETF you're getting shares from up while borrowing those shares to sell at GME at a lower price? No. Can you explain the EMAs? They're exponential moving averages. They cover the moving average over a near range of time, or weighted to a nearer range of time, based on the number of days smoothed they are. IJH has a fuck ton of GME, most of any ETF in terms of market value. Yep. Thoughts on Super Smash Brothers? I used to play Street Fighter a lot. VAT on the 4 hour. Okay, hold on. I think I missed some questions. Did that guy ever ask me more about the Greeks? Or did he not tag me and I just missed the question? I did want to answer him if he had something more specific. Upset my strike price for 500,000 isn't on the chain yet. Nintendo is shorted too? Possibly. Why do you think Nintendo's shorted? That's not the right one. I mean, Nintendo has just not had a good few months. I don't know if it's being shorted the same way. Looks like it's been on a pretty consistent downtrend all the way through from June through November. Might be a good buy opportunity. Are they coming out with any new products or anything? I don't hate the price right now. And it looks bullish, like it's turning around. When you were a full-time day trader before you started streaming, was there any channel or person you watched while working, or did you just talk to yourself? I didn't really work very much. I'd only trade like an hour or two a day, and then I'd like go back to bed or play video games. I would usually just play video games while I was trading. Like if I was like waiting for an entry or something, I would just play like teamfight tactics and wait for trade opportunities to pop up. How does it feel to be famous? I don't think I am. Thoughts on Jan 28 360 call? I don't love them. I don't know what to tell you, light of my life. I don't like fucking not like the non-standard weekly contracts. Fluffy message retracted. Thank you. That's just what I wanted to hear today. I liked that some questions are so dumb that Girk is unsure if they're sarcastic or not and answers them genuinely. I've changed so much since April. Have I? I feel like I was nicer back then. Or I was trying really hard to be nicer back then. I've given up on that. Name 5 things that mustard belongs on. Hot dogs, hamburgers, beef Wellington in a cream sauce for pork tenderloin. Fuck. On your chest in your next chug video. Boom. Can you be any Greek off the street? Would you be looking at for an exit on XRT? Feb 90C, so plenty of time. I think the upside correction potential because of the reg show threshold is very high. I mean, I could see a test of 105, possibly overcorrecting. 200% short, right? So big upside potential. Or 600% short, something absurd. Why is BLIBQ up 9,900%? Who the fuck knows? Newbie. What will you name your yacht and why Careless Whisper? I'm not going to name it Careless Whisper. I thought we already discussed what I was naming my yacht. The snapback to fair value of the entire consumer discretionary sector could be vicious. Viscous. Yeah, I did not spell that correctly, did I? What was your favorite Street Fighter, and why is that Street Fighter 3 Third Strike? I actually hate Third Strike. I used to love it, but it's just like there's so few good characters. Like S and S plus tier are just so far beyond all the other playables that it's just like, and I'm not a big fan of Ken or Chun, so thoughts on 1269 run today? Sure. We'll see. God, I would love to squeeze Nintendo so hard. So the Greeks, you got Euros, you got Tzatziki, you got Pita, you got Feta. Sure. Souvlakia. How long are you planning to wait before buying back into Feb calls? A few days. No, no relation to short hedge funds. 15.9K subs equals famous. How is it not 16,000 already? If you guys haven't subscribed, do that. I'm awesome. You should watch me every day. Cubano? Okay. Fuck you, Graham. I hope that guy's rich. Uh, is the best character in Street Fighter Dan? No. You've become the destroyer of trolls. Cool. Don't subscribe to Gurk. He'll take all your money. Thanks, Trash Dan. Thank you for re-upping your subscription and letting me know that. Or are you just trying to get finger guns again? Where's the new mod today? Or are you on vacation? Hiding in the background. You unsubbed, Carl? You son of a bitch. I don't think that guy ever responded back. I hope I didn't scare him away from options by not answering his extremely broad question. Or maybe I'm glad I did. I don't know. XRT options. What is this, turd? Jesus fuck. The put OI is crashing down hard. XRT squeeze? Tell me that's what I'm looking at, because that's what it looks like I'm looking at. Mod me. She's never here. She's here all day, Moon. And she's far less annoying than you are. And her face looks nicer. God, imagine having to see Moonwind's face in the mod cord. At 0.93. Thank you, Identity, for letting me know that. Rude. I'm reporting you for bullying. I'm reporting you for leaving your shares available to the short hedge funds to grab on the next run. Tesla channel puts. Is it failing? No, not at all. Why would you buy puts? It's in the middle of a breakout. Like, this is bullish as fuck. $12.50. Here it comes. No one cares what Tesla's actually worth. Get on board. 1500 Jan 2024 leaps. Can you share that XRT info you just saw? I don't know. Yeah. Should I share? Wait, turd, if I share it, does that just create it? People are telling me I'm famous now. All right. So here we have XRT open interest. Looks like call volume is picking up. Put volume going down. Put open contracts getting closed fairly rapidly. This could lead to a spike in call volume and a gamma ramp. As long as call volume continues to climb, we may see a large increase in XRT's share price, possibly a short squeeze. Given that it has 600% short interest or thereabouts, it seems reasonable that it's possible. Fun facts. They're never gonna, dude. Any fucking intern on Fox News will watch 10 minutes of my stream and I will not be on air. Believe me. I am not the milquetoast supporter or milk toast supporter of GameStop that they want to see. Also, no AMC. That's not going to be good for them. They're not gonna want that. Not that kind of exposure. They don't want bullish sentiment on GameStop on mainstream media airwaves. So buy XRT. I'm not saying buy it. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying stuff. There's stuff there. How could it not squeeze with SI that high? It's a ETF, so the SI is relative. Um, you can squeeze an ETF. It's not so it's more of a underwater short type squeeze than it is an illiquidity squeeze. But it doesn't matter. The short positions would still have to cover. They can increase their holdings? Is that what you mean? Can you please give a technical analysis on braised beef? Are you talking about like the Maillard reaction? We could talk about that. Denatured proteins taste better. Volatile compounds. Does the short screw down XRT or any of the ETFs containing GME impact us? Probably. Is this MOASS? No, it's a red candle. S&P pretty volatile. New record one day, 600 dump the next. Is that normal? Sure. When the fuck is S&P? Oh, you're talking about the actual index, not the SPY. It's been a bit volatile, but it looks like it's breaking out of its bearish divergence. So more bull market. Let's fucking go and make money. It's beautiful. Imagine being a short hedge fund that just shorted the entire consumer discretionary index only to have the market continue to rip. What a shitty day to be Kenneth Griffin. Thoughts on Palantir? Oh, I own a bunch of Palantir. I mean, I don't know what it's doing. I hope it's coming up. Finally. Excellent buy price. $20 leaps for days. I have 1,000 shares and 10 leaps at or 10 leaps at 22, 10 at 20. So I think the opportunity's there, but you know, Palantir's been around forever and they've never made any money. I don't know why they're going to start now, but we'll see. I think they should be valued higher. Some people disagree with that assessment. Thoughts on speeding the Maillard reaction using baking soda as a catalyst? Never heard of it. Sounds like it wouldn't taste great. I, for one, think you make a great guest speaker on CNBC or the likes. Next up, YouTube sensation Pi-Fi talks GameStop. His bearish outlook on the air fryer market and the legend of the dance. Do you have fun staring at the GME charts? I do, but only because I get to stare at it with all these cool people. How's GME open interest looking? Are people buying? Haven't checked the options chain today. Let's find out. Boop. People are buying a lot of in the money puts. $800,000 worth of January 28th 220 puts came in. 165 puts. Still trying to suppress the price action as they cover their FTDs, creating more FTDs. Whatever makes them happy. 145 calls a little bit. Big open interest on December 31st, 150s. Some of those bought. Mostly puts. Most of the big money flowing into puts. 150, 165, 200 seem to be popular strikes. So more in the money puts, more price suppression. What am I clipping, Bob? So you became a YouTuber because you were bored day trading? No, I became a YouTuber because people asked me on Reddit to do it. After several weeks of writing my daily DD, and then I've kept doing it because it's fun. I started writing the daily DD because I thought that there was a severe lack of data-driven information on Superstock, and I saw Warden as, I mean, kind of the last person pushing that information out. And then when he was stepping down or walking away, I was afraid that that information wouldn't be getting out. And I thought I could use my experience and knowledge to share some of that information and give myself something to do throughout the day. The stream was just an aside from that. Will you be entering XRT? I'm hesitant personally, but I want to get a peek into your strategy regarding any ETF with GME. I probably will. That looks pretty bullish to me. I know what the Greeks mean, but like, for example, with January 14th, 160 GME, you see a delta of 0.4115 equals 42%ish. Gamma at 0.0110. What's ideal? Theta negative 0.3615. Well, that theta rate's going to increase pretty quickly. Jan 14ths aren't that too far out from expiration. The delta's nice. I mean, if you're trying to apply pressure to the hedge funds, higher delta is better. I've been buying options for GameStop based less on their Greeks and more on their position in relation to the cycles that we've observed. So January 14th, I'm not a huge fan of, but we do have potential. Like if you're just trying to play potential FTD price movement on January 10th, that's probably a fine strike, but you would want to wait till much closer to that date to buy it. So you do not lose that theta value over the next, 8 days where we trade sideways, right? I mean, if you're talking about like risk, uh, a risk adverse option, you would want a far lower rate of theta decay and a higher delta. Probably like 20-30% in the money, even. Yeah, it's actually just a waste of their money at this point, Hacksaw, because they're also covering, right? They're covering simultaneously while buying in the money puts to suppress the price. This is so they can cover while the stock trades flat. This is something they can do if they don't have a lot of volume to cover. If the volume exceeds the price of the puts used to suppress the price, then they will stop buying in the money puts and they will simply cover and run the price up. You became a YouTuber because you couldn't make any money with your bio miner. No one's ever made money with a bio miner, Dr. K. That's why it was a miner. Can hedge funds avoid their exposure in January? I don't think so. It's FTDs, only through illegal action. They have to generate enough volume to clear those FTDs through CNS, and to generate that volume, they will have to run the stock. So either way, even to just net off the FTDs, to put themselves in a position where they can create more, it's going to cause price action. Christmas is okay, Jeff the Privileged. Not terrible, not great. I was told I was a big Grinch, and it's not untrue. Didn't SS ask you to do it after Warden left? No. I mean, what, the stream? Yeah. Like, lots of people reached out and were like, can you stream? There's questions. And because I couldn't answer all the questions in the comments that quickly. And so the stream seemed like a better format to answer those questions. And then YouTube was like, do you want to monetize this? And I was like, well, I'm not going to let Google have all the fucking money. So yeah. Google still takes 40% of the money, but when would you say the XRT up would come to fruition? Well, XRT is going to see steady buy pressure as soon as the T+13 window on the reg show threshold list is up, right? As those FTDs are force covered day by day. So starting at T+13 and then every day, the FTD, the failures on XRT will be covered, and so that will create steady buy pressure on the ETF, driving the price up. If there's a gamma ramp in place when that starts to occur, as will frequently happen with an ETF when it gets like threshold listed, you can expect that price action could have a very accelerated effect. XRT Golden Cross on the daily, possibly. See, like market-wide signals, like an ETF, like XRT going on the threshold list is a big tell. So it goes on the threshold list, right? And then institutions will start to buy up options, right? Because they know after 13 days, this can no longer be shorted. And FTDs are going to be force covered, which means that's going to drive the price action up into the options that institutions have purchased, which creates a gamma ramp. Those options are exercised for pieces of that ETF. That can create a gamma squeeze. A gamma squeeze can force shorts to cover and close their positions, causing a short squeeze. So, advantageous play. Nothing on bar chart for GME on high EV stocks, but AMC is there. Weird, right? It's kind of weird, yeah. ETFs are running out. What now? Then they have to start borrowing real shares of GameStop. Then the borrow rate goes up, which signals the entire market that the stock's being overshorted and causes FOMO. and right on time. All that nostalgia, all that money made last year. $25 Palantir for 617.22. Strike looks interesting. Open interest is 66,833.3 delta. I'm thinking of exiting my market and volatility plays to enter this in GME April. Not financial advice. I've lost lots of money. I don't like the 25 strike on Palantir. It's probably fine, but I'm not a big fan, especially not with June as the target. I would want more time. I would rather have fewer $20 strikes for Jan 2023. But that's up to you. Maybe you have a different analysis. When is T plus 13 for XRT? I believe it's January 6th. What could XRT rip up to? Who the fuck knows? That's the beauty of a squeeze, is you just don't know what's going to happen. Does XRT follow a similar playbook when looking at options, such as Feb calls? What strikes look appealing? I know near or at the money strikes on Jimmy, but clueless with XRT. I mean, probably within the range of its previous drop, right? That's where I would be looking. Maybe I should toss XRT up onto my watch list now. Sorry. So, I would consider the range between its current trading price and 95 relatively safe. I would consider everything up to 105 a bit of a gamble, but still has potential. Anything outside of that is kind of just it's definitely just a gamble. What's a good way to learn how to analyze financials fundamentals within companies? Securities Analysis by Graham and Dodd. Good book. Read it twice and then read it again. I can't buy individual stocks in my 401k, but I can buy ETFs. Time to over leverage myself in XRT. Whatever makes you happy, Dan Almighty. Do you think squeeze on XRT could potentially cause GME to start moving early? Potentially. Is it safe to say that the 950 IV play is dead? It doesn't look fucking great, does it? But at the same time, yeah, no, it just doesn't look great. I don't know. Maybe we rip today. It's a volatility play, right? So we don't really care about the price. We just care about the spike in IV. I mean, if we ran right now from 150 to 180, those would print. XRT Feb 18 100C are about $50. Nice. That sounds like a beautiful deal. Excuse me. ETF rollover exposure for hedge funds. How do FTDs factor in? I'm Soothbred. Sorry, huge fan, by the way. Price suppression the last week will affect ETF rollover exposure for hedge funds. Price suppression in the last few weeks will create FTDs on those ETFs. Those FTDs will need to be covered within T plus 9 plus 35 calendar days. Any effect that we see on that, as far as GameStop goes, won't be realized until mid January to early Feb. Actually, that entire window. Every single day, I think we're going to see some ETF FTD exposure. Some days more than others. Is this MOASS? No, this is sideways trading and a Wendy's. Because there's hundreds of ETFs with Jimmy, can they keep doing their share creating and shorting indefinitely, even though if they have enough money? Well, money is a factor, right? Not to mention the price of GameStop is a factor, right? If the price of GameStop climbs, its weight in those ETFs goes up. The value of those ETFs could also go up if the rest of the consumer discretionary index is going up, which can raise the prices of those ETFs and hence raise the cost to create shares. All of these are adverse to, ideally what they'd like to see. But they're limited, right? Each ETF is capped daily on the number of shares of the underlying they have. Which means ETFs are not exempt from reg shows, so why was I wrong? Ooh, some ETFs they're exempt from reg show reporting, not reg show failure requirements. It's different things. So active participants can be exempt from reg show reporting, but that doesn't mean they're exempt from like failure to deliver regulations. If their failures exceed 10,000 a day, then they can be placed on the reg show threshold list. But it's not 0.5% of the float because ETFs don't have a float. What's your take on JPM's options position and Jamie, specifically the small dollar amount of their position? Intern's idea? I mean, it's $15 million. I wouldn't say it's that small. Old Boys Club sharing info. Seems more like a signal than anything else. Just a friendly reminder, we're all going to be rich. Thanks for everything, Garrick. Thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it. That being said, if GME MOASS happens, XRT will rip. Can't have one without the other. STR in front with face of danger. What? I don't know what you're saying, Shane. That makes no sense. Thank you so much for all that you do. We don't get enough praise. I get a lot. I've learned so much just sitting in here. Can't wait to take all this info and YOLO into 950 weeklies. Oh, good to know that I'm doing my part. I exited my 475C on the SPY with 200% thanks to your streams. Does it look like it's going to keep ripping though? It does. It doesn't seem to be slowing down. I think it will. I think a test of 480 is definitely possible before the late January correction. If we see a late January correction, possibly we'll just keep pushing up. Thanks. Been following since Houston. Since use financial terms, I'm just trying to learn so I understand what's said as much as possible. Not a problem, dude. Always feel free to ask questions. Even if you're not a member, just make sure you tag me and I'll try to get to them. Confusing. Thanks for the explanation. No problem, Monster Buddy. What's your ideal amount of money to make from Jamie play overall? 1 million, 5 million, couple billion. So subtle with the humble brag. Love you, man. Thanks, Smocks. The trick is to Google any words you don't know. It is a good trick. Investopedia is just a wealth of information. I think they meant you don't get enough praise from people who don't like you. Well, I don't expect to. DDS looking solid. It is. It's looking very solid. I think it might be breaking to the upside soon. Interesting. Interesting indeed. What the fuck is going on with Costco? Huh. Ooh, NVIDIA looks nice too. Shit, this really hasn't picked up too much yet, has it? $310s? Visa 220s. I need to write that down. Thoughts on market correction next year? I don't know. You get too much praise. How do I get my money back? It's not possible. Cost had some banging earnings a few weeks back. I know about more recent news. I think it's just the market coming back up. We're going to see a lot of value return to a lot of different assets, equities. Just bought 30 shares of XRT and my brokerage link on Fidelity. Cool. Did you get yourself a nice Christmas gift this year? No. I wanted to buy a new car, but I need to go shopping for one. It's going to be some work. Oh God, Visa looks nice. It does. It does, Cornub. But I don't know, man. The fucking gas fees are ridiculously high. People are cutting them. Like, the value is still there because, I mean, they just do processing the fastest, but, yeah, it could. It's 20 days. It might be enough time. Give yourself time on it, but a break of 220 is possible. Slow, though. What's Cat doing? Did I get fucking... Oh, I'm gonna lose my cat calls. No. Do I just take profits here? I'm just gonna take profits. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna close my cat position. Okay. I'll just close half. I'm gonna close half. If it fills. Sometime today. I joined the Dillionaire class, but you've FTD'd my Dillionaire song. I'm sorry. Wait. Oh no. There we go. Yep, well, none of my cat calls sold. Fantastic. I'm gonna cancel that. This is why stop limits are amazing, guys. Because you can set a stop limit down here, and then if it bounces, you don't have to stop. Okay, cool.
Yo. Let's get it.
I'm not buying a Miata.
Just some pitbull themed fuckers, not a cult, no.
Any market predictions for end of year? Market-wide rally, sell-off, or business as usual? Looks bullish. I like it.
Not a cult.
Happy birthday. Whoop, whoop, big man. Hope it's a good day for you. Everyone, wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday to me. And happy birthday to you as well, Jax S. You will see by the end of 2022, oil will hit an all-time high of 180. Believe me, I've been in the oil business all of my life. I mean, with inflation going up, I wouldn't be surprised. Stop limits on options are a bit confusing. Do you set it based on the bid, ask, mid, or last? It depends on the price movement. Silicon bleach. If it's going up, I'll set it above the ask. If it's going down, I'll set it below the bid. If it's flat, I'll set it below the volatility. That's it. Too much to explain over short term. Investopedia covers ADX DMI really well. It's pretty simple. You just watch the plus minus when they cross over to the positive with bullish, negative, bearish, and then trend strength on the ADX. Happy birthday. My AMD call is printing. Just picked it up this morning. I know. My picks are awesome. Can I send you a longish question about DRS on Discord? Because here only 200 characters is a bit hard to do. Sure, no problem, man. Will there be a special penalty for Moonwin if he pulls a caw? No. Good oil stock would be CDEV. It would hit 30 by the end of 2022. Interesting. I'll look into it. Why not just get futures though? Like when I just like if price per barrel is gonna go up, why not just buy futures? Like lock in the price cheap now and fucking sell later. Futures are danger squared. I'm in. Can the community get a gentle reminder to not smash the ask when getting options? What? Cat stream now? Well, I'm just trying to see if I'm gonna get fucking screwed or not. You know what? I'm just gonna go back to my old stop limit. There, that way I don't need to watch this. Jimmy breaking out a little bit. What time is it? 12:43. Futures are the way. However, you need to pick domestic or international markets based on the oil index you pick. Yeah. Oh, if you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I appreciate it. That's all I ask. Will they deliver to the nearest port or bring us to wherever you live? They deliver to a port, and then it's your responsibility. Can we get a drawing as we approach 1269? Maybe a triangle line of some port, a pickle. What about a semi-realistic drawing of a Dan? Now we start going up 9% every 10 minutes, just enough to avoid a stop. I don't know about that. When's 16K subs calf reveal? Maybe at 100K, Dakey. I already dropped one. I can't drop one any further. Oh, any further. Hey Greg, I know you said you don't have a lot of time for these types of questions, but can you go over every market mechanic ever made since the birth of the stock market? God damn it, not Moonwind. Can you see the downvotes? No. Do they even really exist? It's crazy to think that we're potentially within a month of MOASS if the DD pans out. It kind of is. I mean, I hope it does. I have 6 downvotes. Oh no. Are they all for me, Moonwind? So WTI futures, you take delivery in Oklahoma. Why the fuck is anybody taking delivery on futures contracts? Unless you have a refinery, you should not be taking delivery on oil futures. Have you heard of this cool thing I found? It's called the buy button. Sounds useful. Maybe you should try it out. Oh, that's right. I promised that I was going to buy one more share at 149.69. 149.69 limit day quantity 1 buy. Oh, I did it. Now I have 6 shares, guys. Only certain brokers offer that buy button feature. Maybe I should just buy another one because that seemed to raise the price. I wonder how much you can fuck with this. No, it's fine. Woo, 6 share party. Is it true Heiken Ashi is useless below 15-minute scales? Any tips between the plot types? It's not useless below 15 minutes. Who the fuck told you that? Are you gonna DRS that share? Probably not. DRS that share before you get shadow banned. Stock is so liquid that Gherkin is about to start MOASS buying singles. Go over the market mechanics or I'll make it 7 dislikes. Oh well. Are MM mechanics the same as real mechanics? Where they lie and we buy it? Kind of, yeah. Sent you a message on Discord. If you don't want to answer, it's also fine. No, I'll answer it. All right. I think clarifying this thing about DRS will help you explain to your haters what you do think. Let's say there are 4 possible outcomes of this saga. We MOASS sooner or later, sell for millions, and build a new world order. Okay. We MOASS, but all brokers explode one after another, and we lose our shares outside of CS. Okay. Jimmy doesn't MOASS and becomes a simple long-term play as the company is clearly undervalued. Okay. The government decides to put a stop to the saga to protect the economy and all and give us all fixed price per share. Either CS or broker shares doesn't matter. They close everything and we get what we can. Okay. What would be the reason to not have like 90% of your shares in CS as insurance against like 3 out of 4 scenarios? Thanks for all you do and the wrinkles you distribute. Okay. So 1, we MOASS sooner for later, sell for millions, and build a new world order. I'm not ultra confident in CS's ability to sell my shares for millions of dollars. At least not with the order execution that I would want during a short squeeze. I realize that yes, you can sell from CS. Their divestment between brokers could actually mean that you have better luck selling. But I don't trust them to facilitate that. Personally, I'm not saying other people shouldn't do your research. I've traded high volatility events before. That's why I have my shares in multiple brokerages, because they go down. And I don't expect CS to be any different than, Fidelity or Vanguard or Schwab or IBKR in that regard, right? 2, we MOASS, but all brokers explode one after another, and we lose all of our shares outside of CS. If all the brokerages explode, there is no market to trade those shares in. So having them in CS doesn't really matter to me. If the entire market crashes and everything is valueless, and the Fed has to enact like austerity measures in order to help recover our economy, no one's buying your fucking GameStop shares, no matter where you have them. Jimmy doesn't MOASS and becomes a simple long-term play, as the company is clearly undervalued. I mean, currently valued under, but fairly. As soon as they start rolling out some more long-term plans, yes, the value of that can increase, especially as it becomes a digital and e-commerce company and starts to move away from consumer discretionary. That hasn't happened yet, but give it a couple years. It takes time for those kinds of transitions. Sure, if you it's a more direct form of investment by registering your shares in that scenario, and you're just a long-term holder. But at that point, I really don't care where I have my shares. It doesn't matter to me, but it could matter to you. If it does, then obviously computer share is a way, and something you should consider. 4, the government decides to put a stop to the saga to protect the economy. Give us all a fixed price for a share. Yeah, then it doesn't matter where you have your shares. They'll just pay out a flat rate per share owned. That's it. And I know CS doesn't have any majority shareholder, right? But they have lots of large shareholders that make up majorities. And if the market crashes, who's to say that those people aren't going to sell all of their shares in computer share? Right? Is it as a publicly traded company at the same level of risk to a market crash as anyone else? Is that illogical to think that? I don't think so. I think as a publicly traded company, they're at the same risk as any other publicly traded company of economic collapse. I mean, if a broker defaults and fails, then whoever takes them over will just have your shares. If it's only a few failures of brokerages, like those accounts will just be moved over to whatever broker acquires them. Much like if your bank fails. A fixed price would affect options by paying out that price times 100. But historically, in the event of a payout like that, an agreed upon fixed price payout, derivatives holders have had to sue for the value of their contracts. It's been quite a bitch to get the money in the past for derivatives holders. I'll DRS if we don't MOASS in January. If we're squeezing to millions, I'm selling everything I have. Fair enough. What if I told you that MOASS can take years? Koala Hugger, if you told me that MOASS could take years, I would tell you that it doesn't take years for short hedge funds to get out under the weight of their short position. And regardless of if MOASS happens or not, my GameStop position is up a lot. I have no intention of selling it. I can hold it forever. It's not money I need immediately. Let's say you sell a share for $1 million. Does the broker need T+2 of liquidity to front your $1 million during the settlement period? Is that the main issue here with regards to broker liquidity? Yeah. Spy trying to MOASS. It's doing its best. Do you believe this has been the one stack with one of the most bearish sentiments, like TFV said? Do you still feel that way today? I do. I feel like the bearish sentiment on GameStop has continued. We're insulated to it, right? Because all of us are part of communities that support GameStop, right? But if you go outside of those communities, the bearish sentiment against GameStop is strong. I would say I've seen similar things with AMD in the past, Tesla. Maybe soon, yeah. Sure, you can hold GME forever, but can you hold my Philadelphia wife 5 ever? No, I can't. I can barely pick her up. Is there a prior instance of flat payout in stocks? It's happened before, I think. Yeah, I've read articles about it. I don't have the source readily available, but I'm sure a simple Google search will yield results. Um, do you see government intervention happening during MOASS? It's possible. I mean, if we think MOASS is what it is, right? Like if MOASS comes to the fruition the way we expect, and it really does present a catastrophic risk to the global economy, then yeah, I could see obviously government intervention uh, being possible. If so, you claim, don't you wonder why you haven't registered those shares in your name? Because I don't care. I don't care. If the market's crashing, why would I care what synthetics I'm holding? I'll just buy puts on the market. Shit, I already own them. You're assuming that there's some like reason that I want like direct ownership of my shares, and there isn't. Uh, Buy and hold has proven to be more than enough to create illiquidity in the stock. With 8% of the free float now DRS'd, we still don't see any less liquidity than we had before, and it just doesn't matter. Either we launch and squeeze or we don't, and either way, there's not enough shares, synthetic or otherwise, to stop that from happening if it does. For government intervention, GME needs to be at the thousands. Yeah. It's possible they just let it squeeze. Let it play out. Done, right? I would say that they would be more worried about it creating, like, if the squeeze goes on for a long time. I think that's where you start to see it become a contagion across the market and creating economic damage. I don't think Biden has anything to do with it, Hansworst. I think the SEC simply delists the stock for, whatever reason they want, due to a pending investigation for as long as they want. Well, book versus plan is interesting. I'm still not entirely sure if plan registration removes the shares from the free float. Um, but if it does, that could have possible negative consequences. We don't know if DFE DRS'd or not. As of his last update, he had not. It doesn't matter though, right? I have to get a physical for my new job. See y'all at the family reunion. See you later, Gherkin sister. It allows for liquidity to buy and sell for CS. There's 5.2 million listed in the financials, all book shares then, or both book and plan. Hard to say. I mean, the float should be being reported by the transfer agent. So, like, the appearance of the 5.2 million shares in the 10Q doesn't, like, shock me. If, there's that much of the float registered, I feel like that the transfer agent would report that to GameStop to put in their 10Q. So it makes sense. They are the registrar, if you will, of GameStop shares. So they are reporting float, insider ownership, etc. And so it would make sense that they would also report the number of shares directly registered. I don't see that as being like a signal or anything. Girk, did you ever see Keith apologetic on stream, revealing how he is able to predict price movements using baskets and algorithms hedge funds and friends used to determine price 3 minutes ago? What? I don't know what you mean. Because nobody else's company has fucking 10% of their float locked up in DRS. Also, not everybody uses computer share. It's been reported in the past, very rarely. I will say it is very rare for it to be reported, but it has been reported in the past. I also think that 10% of a Russell 1000 S&P 400 stock being direct registered is very rare, right? They're both those things are both equally rare. What about the possibility of an NFT dividend? I think that's highly unlikely. If they announce one, then I'll direct register some shares so I can get it. Do you want a market of casino dumb money betting on price, or do you want to invest in companies and profit? Fair. What? I don't care. If there's illegality, I'm a trader. That means that fair value isn't realized, which means opportunity. It's a capital market. Anywhere there's crime and corruption, especially on the short side, there's fair value to be realized. If there wasn't crime and corruption, GameStop wouldn't be a fucking play. $12.69. Ooh, Moana. Are you talking about that guy who just had like a $40 a month order book? Because that wasn't real. That's not like him tracking an algo live. He's just watching the bid ask and being like, this is where the price will go next. Which is easy to do if you just look for blocks of 100 and the stock is a liquid. Yeah, I know. I know the guy you're talking about now. Yeah, it was just horseshit. He wasn't predicting anything. He's just looking at a high level order books with lots of market data, and you can tell where the price will gap to on the next buy order or sell order. If you day trade individual shares, it's beneficial to have better order books or paid order flow data. So it was a ruse. Simple as that. They use algorithms, of course, but they're mostly manually controlled. They're not just given free reign. What possible NFT? GameStop has announced no NFT. If GameStop is going to announce a dividend, they're going to announce it. And there's going to be an X dividend date. And then, by that date, you will need to have your shares registered in CS, or you will receive a cash equivalent. I never told you buy any fucking weeklies, Bipolar Bear. Can the SEC force GameStop to issue more shares? No. I'm sorry, but you have failed to address something. The 10% is of outstanding shares, which is significant given institutional investors, stakeholders who are diamond hands, locked. Institutional investors aren't locked. I mean, if they're in ETFs, they are to some degree. Insiders are, but that only represents 7 million shares of the float. Cohen's locked as per his contract. but it's 10% of the free float. It's 5.2 million shares. It's not 10% of the shares outstanding. That's pretty simple math. It's 6%, 6.7% of the shares outstanding. I think 6.8, 6.8. I think. What would be buying XRT calls again? Sorry if repetitive. Oh, I'd be looking further out in the year. It could be on the threshold list for a long time. The concept buy pressure from being on the threshold list is bullish, but it could be on there for a while. Yeah, if the price skyrockets, then the lenders are just going to recall their shares, burn the hedge funds so they can sell their position. I've used the recent TA. I don't want to own part of a fucking Wu-Tang album. I don't give a shit. I'd rather have the cash equivalent than a fucking NFT. I think RC bought into GameStop because he had a vision for a company. He saw strong fundamentals and a very cheap buy-in price. I mean, if you look at his buy-in compared to today, and GameStop's stock price, if nothing else, it was a phenomenal investment, right? He bought a $11 billion market cap company for millions, which is amazing, right? And if his vision plays out and it turns into the company he wants it to be, hopefully it'll be worth much, much more in the future. It causes rarity. I know it causes scarcity of shares. I'm well aware of what DRS does. I think shares held in cash accounts also cause scarcity because our liquidity hasn't really gotten much, hasn't improved much in the last few months. It's about the same. Volatility and liquidity haven't changed much between buy and hold in cash accounts versus DRSing. While I'm sure that there are lenders lending shares that they shouldn't be, the effects of it are minimal. And a matter of fact, ever since GameStop was rebalanced off of the Russell 2000 and institutional ownership dropped, almost all of the significant FTD occurrences have been in ETFs and barely in GameStop. This was the same time that Citadel flipped their position on AMC. If GME, LRC, XRT all moon, I'm going to be the richest Dan in all of Philadelphia. Congratulations. Jesus Christ. These Russian spam bots. that if we have multiples of the float, shouldn't those cash accounts already be locking the float if the effect on liquidity is the same? Or we don't. The only evidence we have of owning multiples of the float is the Google, like survey thing that guy did. Which, while compelling, is not proof. So they get around increasing the cost to borrow by shorting ETFs. They also avoid having to give the lenders collateral, which is something they don't want to do, right? Because that puts a draw on their margin. They use that collateral to 5x their margin, and if they're giving that collateral away to lenders, they're losing not only the value of the collateral but the value of the margin against that collateral. So it's a big loss to them to lose that collateral. They don't want to do that. They will avoid it at all costs. Also, having the borrow rate, the overnight borrow rate increase is not beneficial to their longer term short positions either, I'd imagine. I don't get what people can't understand. They can create shares. Yes. How close will you wait till Jan 6 before getting into XRT calls? I might start buying them soon. We'll see. VWAP is almost horizontal. It's starting to come back up a little, actually. But yeah, we're not trading a lot of volume. Most of our volume was in the morning. If Roblox has a market cap of 62 billion and is only marketed to children, Jamie has so much more fundamental gains to realize. I agree. I'm against any form of illegal activity such as shorting an alleged closed position, borrowing ETFs, and attracting poor options plays. I think options present an opportunity to further increase that illiquidity on the stock and also create more demand on the underlying, which is something that you need in order to facilitate a short squeeze, is demand. But options are always, up to individual investors, and poor options plays should be avoided, especially by the inexperienced. Borrowing from ETFs is perfectly legal and well within the rights of any authorized participant. As much as they feasibly can, as much as they want to, as long as their shares are returned. Naked shorting, I agree, illegal, but we're not seeing a lot of that, right? As the borrow rate remains low and shares aren't being borrowed, all of the shorting done and all of the creation done is synthetic and within the rights of the market makers that are doing it. Market makers and authorized participants that are participating in that synthetic shorting of the stock and synthetic price suppression. All in order probably to profit off of short variance or short volatility positions. Just bought a bunch of out of the money IWM calls, but had an order for 100 of them at 0.2 with no fill. Then upped the price to 0.3 after it sat there for 10 minutes, and then it filled. Awesome. I don't know why you buy a bunch of IWM out of the money calls, but cool. Dave of Pigeonwell Daves. Wouldn't locking the float officially with DRS force them to count them up? Let me know when that happens. Also, if you lock the float with DRS and it's book order, and that in fact pulls shares from the free float, NYSE will delist GameStop. If there are less than 1 million tradable shares available to the market, the NYSE will delist GameStop. GameStop will be moved to the OTC markets, where Citadel can cover all of their positions and obfuscate them forever, stuffing them into the obligations warehouse for any outstanding FTDs
and just cycling out the rest of them for all eternity. It's not good to get delisted. I don't think that'll happen, but it is a possibility if the float is pulled. I think GameStop would just release shares in response to a delisting warning. But then there's however many shares again that need to be registered, and so the idea of 100% float registration would then be impossible. It's just I don't know. It's too many variables there. I'm still yet to determine if book share registration actually pulls shares out of the free float or not. So I will admit that's speculative, but something to think about. How can we stop people from borrowing our shares then? I mean, based on the borrow rate, nobody is. They're just borrowing them from ETFs, and you can't stop GameStop from being in ETFs. Pretty new to Jamie. When people say tens of millions a share, that's a joke, right? Not necessarily. Will hundreds of thousands of people realize those prices? Very unlikely. See you later, Royal Mail TV. Watching my first two calls go downhill fast. About 18 Feb 250 strike at 1085 and 18 Feb 510 at 490. At what point do you roll them or take a loss? Do you think they'll come back up? I do. Yeah, I wouldn't consider rolling February's until late January at the earliest. I don't think our current price is going to remain this low for long. No, there's no way to stop ETF creation. They can burn the ETFs and put them on the threshold list. That'll stop it. They've started to do that. Creating volume and demand on the underlying is how you burn the ETFs, right? If more volume flows through GameStop in a day than they can synthetically create through ETFs, then they are forced to buy the underlying stock because that's all that's available. And no, borrowing short positions doesn't help them there. They need shares to hedge, and borrowing a short position does not help you hedge a naked call. So as long as markets are made for GameStop, I think options present the best opportunity to create a demand on the lockup that GME shareholders have spent a year creating. So this illiquidity that we've created by buying and holding and DRSing, we have the option to create a demand on it. And I think that ignoring that opportunity is a mistake. Is it possible for retail to do something about the amount of borrowable shares? I mean, we don't even have access to the SEC lending pool. The only visibility we have into share lending on GameStop is through like IBKR, Fidelity, and a handful of other retail brokerages, which is probably minimal. I know Jeffries cut them off, but who knows what primes are continuing to lend. Some other primes may have cut them off as well, and maybe that's why we're seeing so much ETF borrowing and no borrowing of the actual stock itself, and that the prime lenders have cut them off from the borrowing pool, which is possible. Forced buy-ins will start on 1.7. They should start on 1.6. VW didn't have anything. There's no fucking mention of DRS for VW. They just owned 74% of the float. 31% of that was owned through options, which can't be DRS'd at all. That was an orchestrated play. Like, this is what everyone needs to understand about the Volkswagen squeeze, is that it was an orchestrated play, although denied, by Porsche to squeeze Volkswagen. They, leaked information that they were interested, that they were buying over the course of several weeks, driving up interest on the stock, and then announced that they owned a massive amount of the company all of a sudden. The short interest was minimal on Volkswagen, and much of the price action that occurred due to things like FOMO and derivatives holders needing to hedge. You should really do a lot more research than just the news articles on VW squeeze. There's quite a lot of information there, but share registration did not really play a factor in it. They simply owned the float and very publicly announced that they did. And what they did was they made a massive amount of profit by selling 5% of their holdings at the peak of that squeeze in a time when the economy was depressed and they weren't selling a lot of cars. All companies have a transfer agent. All public companies have a transfer agent. There's Computershare, there's American Trust, there's Wells Fargo. Those are like three of the big ones. There's hundreds of smaller transfer agents. I could probably become one in about 90 minutes. Due diligence in your transfer agent is a very big part of becoming a public company. RC has been communicating with us. RC's been tweeting. Anything beyond that is delusional. Good morning, Trina. How you doing? No idea, Silicon. I'm holding 300 Loop Ring coins. I was told to expect a partnership announcement before end of quarter 4. Is this still a good idea? I think Loop Ring in and of itself has a potential future. I have 1,200 Loop Ring coins. They can be staked through their level 2 wallet. There is some risk of impermanent loss there, but the APR is very attractive. I mean, do you guys think that, like, I don't know. I don't understand the thought process behind that. Do people think that, like, massive institutions with all the data at their fingertips aren't aware that GameStop's float is owned or that it's illiquid? That all the primes don't know, that all the big broker dealers don't know, that the clearing houses don't know, that the trades they're facilitating are synthetic? They do. All of them know this. The ETF managers know it. Everyone knows, and nobody gives a shit. So the idea that, like, you're going to register 100% of the float and Ryan Cohen's going to pop out of a fucking closet and be like, it's registered, is going to have any kind of effect on the overall market is silly. Also, GameStop could have just been like, the fucking vote count exceeds our expected shareholdings back in June. If that was true then, they could have just announced that. But they didn't, and now we expect them to announce this instead. It's just, I don't know, it's pinning a lot of hope on something that I don't see coming to fruition. Will their variance swap put position and January expire out of the money? Or are they able to roll it? They can roll them. Oh, they remove staking? Lamb. You provide liquidity. I'm sorry, not staking. Providing liquidity through their through the wallet. So how do I think it'll happen? We either there's pressure and interest to create a short squeeze, or there isn't. Eventually, the shorts will get out and GameStop's value will go up. One or the other. Just like every other squeeze play ever. So how can the VW squeeze because of Porsche owning the float, but us owning the float via DRS is somehow different? It's not, but you have to do it first. See, when Porsche made the announcement, they owned 74% of the company. The Bavarian government owned another chunk, and 6% of the company was available to the market. So until that can be said, which it cannot be said at 10%, then there's it's a nothing burger. $10% is not 70%. It's not 80%. It's not 90%. And it's definitely not 100%. Why doesn't everybody just fucking write on why doesn't everybody just take a poll and post their fucking position and publish it with like the New York Times? Like, look, we all own the float. Same thing. Lower Saxony, whatever. I need to get a water. 1 second. No, Charlie's a fucking nut job. I'm absolutely not buddies with him. The shit he says about DRS is just absolutely false. Also, his understanding of continuous net settlement, the obligations warehouse, and FTDs is just way off. But, jet fuel can't melt steel beams or some other bullshit. 5% weight, but how many shares? Silicon. Yeah, it's 4.5. Looks like the borrow fee just fell off a cliff there. Yeah, but how many shares is that? Like it may just be like some small ETF with barely any shares. Weight doesn't matter if it's got like 400 shares of GameStop. It's the number of shares they have that matter. Do we have enough solid info to take out an ad saying that retail owns more shares than the float? I don't know. I feel like we could get it. Fucking Wall Street Bets shares their positions all the time. It's not like it's illegal to be like, I own this much GameStop. Like it's not cool and it hurts morale and like makes people maybe feel bad like posting positions, but there's nothing illegal about it. It's also important to note that VW is forced to release shares as well. Well, Porsche, right? Because they owned VW. Apple going wild. What's it doing? Jesus fuck. Apple, lots of ETF exposure. Tons. It's in basically every ETF. Just a side note. Apple squeeze? I don't know. Do you think we'll dip below 140 before the next rub? I don't know. This may have been our low bounce. We'll see. Maybe a little closer to the 10th. We could see a dip below 140. When I was a boy in Bulgaria, my dad locked me in the obligations warehouse. Does RC still have a massive Apple position? I think so. I think he sold his Wells Fargo position, if I'm not mistaken. How are you not tired of holding this? I don't care. I'm up. It's very hard to be tired of holding a stock that's profitable, right? Houston Wade says, chill. You'll probably find it difficult to sell during MOASS if you DRS. It's going to be difficult to sell during MOASS regardless of where your shares are held. I think there's probably a lot of investors that feel that way. It's possible. And I don't know. It's an unknown, right? I know brokers. I've traded high volatility events inside brokerages. I traded the January run. I traded the COVID crash in 2020. Like these were high volatility events or brokerage outages. And by having my portfolio diversified across brokerages, I was able to navigate them profitably. I don't know if CS would offer me that, but I have no proof either way. I've never bought or sold from ComputerShare. XRT dip. Cool. They can keep shorting it for a few more days. So you don't think the DRS has any effect on the DTCC's pool for the APs and MMs and the enforceability of a locate? I don't think locates are enforced. They're definitely not enforced through the ETF share creation process. There's a big clip on the SEC paper that I read to Koala Hugger the last time he was in here antagonizing me about this. A demand for locates could be, if they're borrowing from the SEC lending pool, could be relevant. But they're not currently, and there's not that many shares available probably in the SEC lending pool. It's pretty slim. And it's possible that many of the primes like Jeffries aren't fucking lending GameStop shares, right? At all. And so it may be that their only source of shares is through ETFs. And that's why we see this large amount of ETF FTDs, but very low FTDs on GameStop itself. How is it true? I literally put the OI increase in my DD. The 0.5, the 50-cent puts in January went from 3,000 open interest on January 21st of this year to like 125,000 or 130,000 open interest on February 2nd of this year. That's it. It's just part of the replicating basket. Volatility hedge. The Brazilian puts, probably a volatility hedge as well. As I believe those were cheap or something. Or they just sold them when they dipped the price below 150. Who the fuck knows? But those were so many months ago, it's irrelevant. AMD breaking up hard. Nice. Ooh. 154. Everybody's rich. Hey, Gerg, all joking aside, that Credit Suisse variant swap stuff I sent you on Reddit months ago ever become anything of significance? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was a paper that I think we'd been kicking around at the time already. But yeah, there's definitely variant swap positions on GameStop. I mean, we have the contracts, right? Like, we know they exist. Some of them owned by Merrill or sold by Merrill. I didn't trade the VW squeeze. Long before my time. 30-minute chart says we're about to start an uptrend. Your thoughts? We're already in an uptrend. A-Rod money. We've been in an uptrend since 9:56 p.m. or a.m. this morning. It's been constant. Yeah, Jimmy definitely makes other stocks look boring. Don't forget the high volatility swan event called Spurt. Oh yeah, Spurt was fun too. If MOASS equals liquidation, massive demand for shares, why would it be so difficult to sell during MOASS? Because everyone will be trying to do it at the same time. It's more of a congestion issue with the broker servers than anything else. It's not that people don't, it's not that there's not a demand for the shares or people don't want them. It's like when you go to like a big event and your cell phone doesn't work. What happens if they don't deliver their FTDs? If they can't net them, forced buy-in. How should the large exposure on ETFs lead to a slightly different January cycle than last year? Given that last year they were doing a lot of the shorting through GME stock. That's actually a really good question. I don't know. GameStop has a decent percentage of its float in ETFs. We'll have to see. It's definitely going to be a little different, but GameStop was also shorted through ETFs last year, right? It wasn't just through its own stock. It was shorted through both very heavily. And so I expect that we will see similar price action. Will it be the same? I don't know. But in the event of that price action, we could see the remaining liquidity in GameStop drain off. So even though the FTDs may not be there, the liquidity also isn't there. GameStop was far more liquid last year. There was more shares available, more shares being traded, bought and sold. There was lots of volume flowing through the market on GameStop, and we don't have that anymore. Much of the float is locked. Much, if not all, of the float is locked. All is a possibility. Can't they shirk those too? No. If they can't clear them through CNS, so if there is no trades to net the FTDs against, they have to cover. We don't lend the shares out to hedgies, DANs, or prime lenders now. And we don't lend to, actually they have to close because they're FTDs. We don't lend shares out to hedgies. DANs are the prime lenders now. We don't lend to short hedge funds. Riku. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. I appreciate your input. I mean, it just means they're trying to pull more liquidity out of the market to offset inflation. I mean, if you're talking in the hypothetical situation where all multi-trillion-dollar US broker dealers fail, there is no economy. The economy is gone. We are sent back to the fucking Stone Age. And your GameStop shares are going to be the least important thing in the world. I think you'll be far more worried about food and survival, running water, electricity, things like that. You were talking about a catastrophic economic event on a scale the world has never seen. This is what negative beta looks like. Okay, no one's taking anything you're saying as financial advice. Believe me, koala hugger. Is it the short hedge fund's prime broker that forces the buy-in? Yes. Or, well, whoever the lender is, whether it be an ETF or a prime. Or a clearinghouse in the event of bona fide market making. Can you explain netting shares? For a share sold, they need a buy order to match it with. If they can't match it, they have to make that buy order. CNS is pretty simple and kind of perfect in doing what it does. which is bleed off FTDs. If I sell popcorn now, will funds be available to buy GME right away? Sorry, newbie. It depends. As long as you don't have any good faith violations, you'll be able to buy stock right away, but you cannot sell that stock until those funds are settled. Two shares of GME with a price average of 480. Good job, Ecstasy. Congratulations. Opinions on the recent slab DDs? I don't really think the student loans are that big of an issue. They can't be defaulted on. It's not really a concern. Not in the way like a mortgage can be defaulted on. Sure, there's no asset, but you know, I wouldn't be ultra concerned with them. I think auto loans or the mortgage industry is far more damaging. You have years of profitable trading experience, but I have greed and 7,475 calls that are ripping. Checkmate. Wait, didn't I call buy 475s this morning? Nesquick? I feel like this is like one of the first things I said this morning. When AMC GME merger trigger MOASS, ew. Probably the opposite. We still believe in Feb calls, haven't stopped. It'd be worse than the Great Depression? Much worse. Yeah, no problem, Brendan and Ella's Fun Adventures. I mean, yeah, but at the end of the week when it's testing 480 and pushing up, you have to sell, and I'll hold my January 21s after it pushes back through into its long-term trend. So, either way, Nesquick, you want to get saucy with me. Call her acknowledging your facts and truth or just personal opinion. Afternoon volume incoming. We're in the afternoon, and this was our breakout. We've held it, which is good, but we're just consolidating again. I'm guessing we'll break out again and probably close somewhere around where we opened. Ideally, right? Like that's what they want, is they want it flat, but they have to do a lot of work to get there. My tendies would keep me warm in the event of global economic collapse. What tendies? If someone keeps mentioning GME as negative beta, they're in fact the negative beta. I don't want to think about that bipolar bear. Oh shoot, I forgot. Are we still MOASing between 3 and 6 p.m.? Maybe. Anything firing on TTM squeeze? I haven't checked that in forever. Let's find out. It's actually a pretty good indicator of GameStop's runs. TTM squeeze. No. Not even a little bit. We got quite a ways to climb up before that happens. Also, I'd imagine that the MACD on the daily is not reversing. Answering my finely crafted and obnoxious questions. Or buy lower strikes. I would Feb 250s. Either one. I mean, it's the same effect, averaging down versus buying lower strikes. By buying lower strikes, you could reduce your risk across the date. If you've bought all in at one strike. FUD hiss boo. Okay. It's like everything I do is like the opposite of FUD. I try to allay fears, assuage uncertainty with education, and remove doubt. 85% GME, 15% AMC. Waiting for AA to act like Sears one more time before I'm all in on GME. Does he have any shares left? I know the CFO bailed. How annoying would it be if some no-name dude on Reddit predicted MOASS today at 12 p.m. and is right after you spent countless hours researching GME? Why the fuck would I care? I'd be rich. AMD almost 155. I know. My leaps are very happy right now. Maybe I'll exercise some. No, not yet. Soon. I want to own AMC. AMD. Well, both. I wonder how much AMC will cost after they go bankrupt. I don't know what I'd do with it. Why did VW dip so hard before the rip? Massive shorting in an attempt to dodge gamma exposure. That was a hint. BFRI. SI60. Okay, just because something has high SI does not mean it's like a play. Maybe it's just shit. Have you thought about that? It doesn't have enough stock history. The short interest percentage is probably valid. The borrow rate's high because the float is super tiny. Yeah, not super interested in it. It might squeeze out some shorts, it might not, but either way, there's really not enough capital there for it to matter. I think the joy you would feel from 100% validation would far exceed the joy brought by the tendies. I don't know about that. You should buy a ton of AMC post bankruptcy and rest the shares. No, I'm gonna seller box it. Me and Adam Aaron, one basement. Don't talk about Fight Club. Or sure. Me, Adam Aaron, Brad Pitt, basement. You get your own NFT if you buy AMC shares. Cool. This doesn't look like MOASS. Maybe I could get Lisa Sue to fight Adam Aaron if I get enough money. But Brad Pitt won't really be there. That was the joke, I thought. Never mind. How does it make you feel that you dislike AMC this much and you're still more diamond handed than Adam Aaron? I just don't care about my $5 fucking AMC shares that are locked in Cash App. I don't care about them at all. It's irrelevant to me whether they get bought or sold, shuffled off the mortal coil. Can we make AMC seller boxing into an ETF? Maybe. Huh. What do we call the ETF though? That's the real question. Do we call it 3x short AMC? Let's. Do you think some funds with better data may know the squeeze is 80% possible, but don't want to move in because if it backfires, it'll all come after them? That's a possibility. Or they're just moving in right now and we don't know it. I hope you don't forget your AMC when it hits 10 million. I'm not worried about that happening at all. Not even in the slightest. I can referee the bout. Can we live stream that event? Make millions. This time Brad Pitt will be there, but Ed Norton won't be. That's unacceptable. You're welcome, Jen the librarian. BFRI, 61% SI. 70% is held by insiders. Float is non-existent. Not hard to have high SI when 3x the float is moving daily. Current price near all-time high. No runway there. SI is not a golden ticket to riches. Thank you, Gaff. That is correct. Sometimes the bears are right. I know, it's crazy, but it's true. Sometimes they're not. And when they're not, there's opportunities to be had. But when they are, if you can't beat them. No, no day trader is fucking borrowing millions of dollars of GME every morning. If you had to put a percentage on how confident you are that MOASS occurs, what would it be? It obviously should, if allowed to happen organically, but do you think it will? I have no idea. You can't put a percentage on that. Is it possible? Yes. Is there an opportunity to apply pressure to FTDs and possibly kickstart a squeeze? I think so. If that opportunity is missed, it's missed. It's not something that you can estimate by guessing a percentage. I'm not gonna lie, you say ridiculous stuff. It makes giving you money way more worth it. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. Pickleman, I just want to say thank you for your moral support. This huddle has been much more bearable thanks to you. Thanks, Bardo. What's the worst case scenario if there is no MOASS? GameStop grows over time. You have a good long-term investment. Why is that bad? It's like a win-win, right? I do agree that there's value in the desire for it to happen. The market is a voting machine, and given enough time, it is a weighing machine. Thoughts on buying Jimmy puts to make some money on short-term hedgy short selling? I don't know how much they're gonna I don't know how much we're gonna leave this channel over the next several days. So puts, maybe not. Maybe like a strangle or something. I would be playing more sideways than up or down. Reddit update. Yeah. Post-MOASS, I'm buying a mansion next door to Adam Aaron's and inviting my redneck relatives to live with me. Adam Aaron will be our real-life Squidward. $200 senior execs would jump ship for nothing as well. Some heavy guns from big firms. What? Yeah, anytime, Christopher Arnold. You're telling me my $10 workhorse calls aren't going to make me money? I don't know. What does that company actually do? What is max pain? It can't be great, right? 160. Some room to the upside. Would you be shocked if we don't break 200 by Feb 1st? Personally, I would be, and I'm wondering why people are loading up on 200 Cs and below. pretty safe bet, right? I think anything below 200 is pretty safe for the near term. But I mean, as long as you're buying them far enough out, you'll have time to bail on the position if nothing comes to light. The Fox dude that argues everyone about options has a new post in the DD sub about variant swap puts actually covering 16 billion in margin. He's not sure if he's reading CBOE Rule 10 correctly. Variant swap puts actually covering 16 billion in margin. Not sure if he's reading CBOE Rule 10 correctly. I don't know. His other DDs have been hot fucking garbage, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I'll take a look at it later. His first DD assumed that there was no there was no short buying on hedged positions, that they could just ignore the short side of the trade. The stream's cover photo is the best so far at just looking like a real image. Kudos to whoever did that one. Who said it wasn't real? That was Citadel Investments risk analyst, actually. Can we talk about important issues for once? Like when my Palantir 30C weeklies didn't print even after I drew Doritos all over the chart. Why would you buy puts higher than the strike? You mean in the money puts? In order to force the market maker to short the stock. Throw shade at the stream, but that's his name. He's one of the Dans, but he's changed his name to Citadel Investments Risk Analyst. Chicken Tender Daddy. Are we going to find support on VWAP? It's so far below our current trading price. And by so far below, I mean less than $1. Thanks, Obama Prism. Before you start buying puts on the SPY, remember Europe is going to implode first, and all of that capital will go somewhere, probably the US markets. Interesting. So they buy in the money puts. sells stock to short the stock. Then they sell the contracts rather than execute, which causes to buy the stock back, and it bounces, right? Now you're getting it. And when we buy calls, they create shares or buy shares to hedge the price action to the upside. And when we sell them, they sell those shares off. Oh God, no. Is this price movement today them covering early? I said we would have volatility. I did not say we would have a positive price action. I would say that the early volume in the day was indicative of some covering. I would say that in the money puts being purchased while the price was being driven up was also indicative of them covering as well. They know how much volume they need to cover, right? So they know how to extract that volume within a range of price movement. This way, they don't bump the ask and they don't gap the stock up. That's the intention on most days that they cover FTDs, is to affect as little positive price movement as possible while netting off the FTDs through CNS. If those FTDs are great enough in quantity, then that's not an option. I'll say it one more time. Options are FTD printers. The more FTDs they have to deal with, the better chance at upward price action, which makes options more valuable, which causes more FTDs as they hedge them, which causes more upward price action. It's a beautiful loop. If 700,000 people had 1.3 delta call each, how many shares would that be? It's not very much, right? That's 21 million shares. That's a lot, right? I feel like that would be sufficient to increase the price to a point where the delta value on those calls went up. And then if the delta value on those calls goes up, the volatility is going to go up as the price climbs. It's almost like if the float ain't locked, you could lock it. Like Porsche did. No, we want FTDs. We don't want less FTDs, more FTDs. So many fucking FTDs, they can't handle them. Shitty low amounts of FTDs are lame and boring. And big, fat fucking piles of FTDs. Go forth and rain the FTDs down upon the short hedge funds. If we miss in January, I think we deserve to have a Dan as mod. We've been here from the start. Shut the fuck up. That's never happening. So what we're saying is if 700k people bought Feb 18 200C, the price would likely jump to $200, raising the delta to 0.6, eating up 42 million shares. Holy shit. You've just described a gamma ramp. I'm finally teaching people things. C-Mill, I'm so proud of you right now. I'm beaming. It's for you. I saw your clip about how GME is different this January. So does the larger bid-ask spread and subsequent volatility mean it's worse for hedgies? MOASS chances are higher, or is this bad for retail? Well, it's equally volatile to the up and downside, right? But it presents opportunity if pressure is applied to either one of those directions. Since none of us are interested in shorting the stock, it presents opportunity to drive the stock up very, very, very fast. 3.5 million volume on November 3rd. I'll repeat it again. Drove the price up $50 in a matter of, 15 minutes? Something to consider. 30 minutes? I think it was like 30 minutes. Nothing to do with negative beta. Jimmy doesn't even really have negative beta. It mostly tracks the market outside of January's events. So what's the delta on my 350 Feb call that is down 80%? Doesn't matter. It would go up, right? I will clip that bit about options just then. You're goddamn right I will. Did someone just say clip it like a rabbi? I feel like a lot of DRS people ignore that message because you won't DRS. Maybe DRS 100 shares and more people will listen to your options talk and MOASS will happen. I disagree. Don't get me wrong. There's... What's up, Grizzled? Goddamn fucking Russian bots. If you do exactly what we tell you to, we may listen to you. Yeah, I'll pass. I'll pass on that. Whatever makes you happy, Spida. Do you believe this morning's drop was short volume or retail? I mean, there was a significant amount of borrowing done this morning, so some of it was short volume. Don't forget, not all FTDs are short. Some are long. So there's that too. They could couple that with shorting to drive the price down even harder. Given today's behavior of in-the-money puts coupled with covering, is it reasonable to expect similar behavior tomorrow? Probably. I'd be more interested in which day had more volume, which I'd have to go back and look at. Actually, let me check that right now. November. Okay. So the 22nd had far more volume. So I would expect more movement tomorrow if there's any significant FTD movement to be had. I think it would be tomorrow. Do you believe this morning's drop was short volume or retail? Short volume for the most part. Ask Russian bots if they'd like to join the Dans. Probably, but I'm not going to ask them. We don't negotiate with terrorists. I don't think that's fitting, but has Superstonk turned on options? I see a bunch of people defending them. I mean, Superstonk has a massive amount of users. It'd be fallacious to overdetermine any one interpretation. I think most people don't give a shit either way. I think the vast majority of people are uninvolved. I think we're one, like the people in here and then in the Discord are like one polar end, and the people calling me a shill and telling me I need to DRS my shares are the other, and then everyone else is in between, just kind of like, what the fuck is this about? Getting fiber installed tomorrow? Dope. I have fiber. It's amazing. Do you anticipate a spy dump next week due to people taking profit clear of 2021 taxes? Maybe. Delay doesn't facilitate effective quips. Don't negotiate with terrorists was a glib comment that maybe they'd listen to you if you DRS. I mean, yeah, I know. At this point, no matter how much I DRS, it wouldn't be enough. I don't really care either way. I didn't really have an intention of doing it in the first place. There were a few caveats that I might have considered it, now it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that I'm not. As someone who's watched your chat for the majority of the year, I'd have to say I'm quite unbiased. Cool, Andrew. Metamucil? Fiber? No, different kind of fiber. But that kind of fiber is also great. General sentiment, super stock is more DRS than options. Sure. They tend to look at options as giving money to the MM. Okay. A lot of super stock users don't understand options. That's fair. I know. But that doesn't mean the value in them isn't there, or that people shouldn't learn, right? Derivatives are being used against us, or against, long positions on GameStop every single day. And if for that reason alone, people should learn and understand them. If they were able to learn a bit about DRS and the DTCC share registration, they can learn about options too. It doesn't hurt anybody to know more. Well, tired, Dan. What are you gonna do? That's because options quite literally give money to MMs. I mean, you have no idea who your counterparty is when you buy an options contract. They're just sold on the open market. Just like if you buy a share of GameStop, you don't know who sold it to you. You're giving premium to them, but their premium is also at risk by selling you that option. $1.48 gigabit on a 5G connection. I'm gonna sell out of my chair. That's insane. DRS half of your 6 shares. I'm gonna buy 0.9 of a share and DRS it. That way I have 6.9 shares, and then MOASS can begin. Thanks, Sleep Tech and Value. I try. You may not believe in options, but options believe in you. What happens when you sell a CC and it's above the strike, but your shares aren't called away? You lose the premium? Nothing? They don't exercise? Oh, I understand that one is simple and one is complex. But no one said this shit was going to be easy. If the Fed grabs 700,000, 218, 200C for a cool $750 million, would that bring MOASS? I don't know if they're allowed to do that. Only Interactive Brokers does not use payment for options flow from what I've seen. I'm not sure if Fidelity does. What drives me batty is, when did this become about gatekeeping information? The whole don't learn options, excuse me. I thought the power we have is the amount of information we can all look into as the cream rises to the top. That was when things were best. Hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. I agree. Believe me, I've wanted to spend a lot of my time doing this, just obliterating shitty DD. But I didn't, right? Because I always thought like that would be bad for the community to do that, to just like tear apart people's work. It seems shitty. And like ironically, right? because that would, that would make people cautious about presenting information that they found. And sometimes even if the effects of that information were misunderstood, the value in finding it was very high. And that's how I always kind of thought of Superstock, was a place where ideas would be shared, and we would have this, you know, like-minded community researching constantly, and digging up things about the market that, no one had ever paid attention to before. And we have largely. But yeah, I agree that there's some suppression of information as of late. And it's not a good look. About 20K in SPY puts for April at 440 strike, staring at SPY 466. Should I ditch? Jesus Christ, rook and pawn. You can hope for a steep correction, but 440 is pretty out of the money. Our next SLDs in January. RC tweet, this is not a drill. He's tweeting poos again. RC really needs to stop tweeting immediately after I say really deep bullish things. Taking a dump in the metaverse. That circle's blue. I'm just going to say that right fucking now. That's a blue circle. I don't want to fucking hear any speculation that it's not blue. It is blue. It's blue as fuck. That's all I have to say about it. T-shirt's purple. Why not the circle? Why not inverse the two? Fucking billions of dollars. He doesn't have access to Photoshop? Bullshit. How many members of Congress can we get to buy GME calls? Well, as soon as they do, MOASS is inevitable. I've said it before. I'll say it again. If GameStop wants to make an announcement and kickstart MOASS, now's the time. A Photoshop subscription is hella expensive. I think it's a VR headset. C-Mill. If Citadel is long Tesla, then that may be a great play up to the second week of January. I imagine they... Okay, you don't... No one's pumping a position they're long on. Google tells me this image he tweeted is future toilet. incoming DD on whether RC is colorblind or not. You think RC wipes his MOASS front to back or back to front? I mean, I hope he uses a bidet like a civilized gentleman. Reverse Google image search has only about 23 results. Kind of interesting. Oh, God. It's just a tweet. I can't wait for this fucking all to be over and him to say something. Like, I hope somebody on the I hope someday there's an interview about what his tweets meant, and I hope they meant nothing like what people thought. That is my dream. That they in no way correlated to any of the ideas that people derived from them. I will fucking hold my GameStop till that interview if I have to. Ryan looks like he forgot to move his t-shirt out of the way and he crapped on it. If your Feb calls make you too poor to buy a bidet, is it cool to just cup toilet water in your hand and splash it up on there? The Ghost of Dan couldn't you use like a squirt bottle. I feel like in an emergency you can use any of those like sport top bottles, you know, like the ones with like the little opening that goes like that. Like if you have to like shit in a gas station, right? Grab one of those bottles first. Who knows what's been happened to their toilet paper, right? Maybe Ryan's buying now. I wonder if he just does that. Like he tweets and then buys 10,000 shares. That's what I would do. Finally, some good TT. Sold off my Jans. We should gap up anytime now. Cool. I have a jerry-rigged bidet made out of a garden hose and a water bottle top. That sounds like it's very high pressure and scary. The idea is to clean, not obliterate. That's That's a nip. Lejacked nip. No, it's a bidet. My water pick does an excellent job as an ad hoc bidet. Is the move still grabbing a Feb and rolling profits into April? You could try that. I wouldn't be buying any Januaries currently. I don't think they're a very safe bet. His tweets means he'll buy shares every time he poops, like any good trader. He was tweeting at 7:41 regularly because he has a very good poo schedule. Then he traveled and it changed times. That makes sense, Ben. I can agree with that. Dan Almighty, chiropractors are FUD. I walked away for 10 minutes. I missed an RC tweet and a Dan getting modded. What a world. There's no Dans on the mod team. Is your smart toilet spying on you? I hope so. No, you don't do a handstand in the shower. That the water would run over your face. My wife has a water pick. Now I have a bidet. This stream is a source of endless good information. What about Blockbuster's $10,000 10,000% rip today? Who cares? Maybe that's what RC's been buying when he's shitting is Blockbuster. Like logs into Schwab and buys some zombie stocks. Maybe that's why he tweeted the Blockbuster picture. I just want to note that Blockbuster didn't go out of business just because of short hedge funds. Blockbuster went out of business because they had a shit business model and didn't keep up with the times. Thoughts on a good friend and a super soaker as a makeshift bidet? That could be fun for your friend. Netflix is a fad, bro. Redbox didn't help either. Uncouth. Do I need to shop you doing a handstand in the shower using a water pick as a bidet? That sounds like a lot to get together. Good luck. No, wait, there was something that did need to be photoshopped, but I forgot what it was. It was good. I'll try to remember it. Calls on DFE breaking silence. He might. Semi-annual futures contracts. Yeah, Blockbuster did not buy Netflix when given the opportunity for like nothing. But I stream all my movies. I stream all my movies too. You say that like I download all my games, but that's also a thing. I stream all my movies and download all my games. Stop trying to use DFE statements in support of that shitty movie theater. The fucking gall of people. Wait, don't talk about that one yet, trash. Surprise. I was thinking, I bet Thomas Petterfee regrets his interview he did earlier this year, breaking down exactly how retail could trigger MOASS through options. He assumed there wouldn't be a round two. Ding ding. So the pickle today has multiple computer share circles in its head. You should tweet it and see if we get super stonk conspiracies. Yahoo didn't buy Google's algos for a million either. It's true. Can we get the clip where DFE says he doesn't see it for AMC? 1,000 times over. Carl, did you just time out Moonwing? He timed out. He's gonna miss MOASS now. Do your toilet have a built-in bidet, or is this? It's. I mean, it's attached to the toilet. It was installed in the toilet. I didn't buy a toilet with a bidet though. I don't live in Japan. Wouldn't using a water pick as a bidet also double as a colon cleanse, enema time saver? Ouch. I feel like that'd be a good way to put a hole in your colon. Not in a fun way. Like a perforation. If you want to turn your colon into Swiss cheese, that might be a way to do it. If this process of early covering continues with continuous dips and rips, then do you still think we can MOASS Jan Feb? I've said it before. I'll just keep saying it. I think the highest probability for a short squeeze is in January. Do I know what that probability is? No. I don't have that kind of data. Contrary to popular belief, I don't actually work for BlackRock. Who the fuck knows, Hacksaw? It's exactly what a BlackRock pickle would want you to think. Did I miss Devo Pickle? What's up, Ryan Pretzel Tits? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, man. How you been? Do you know what time it is? What time it will start so I can take my lunch break? Oh, MOASS? I don't know. Whoever said BlackRock fud about you just misheard. BlackRock fud about you just misheard. We all know you work for Blacked. Who's that? I haven't wiped in almost a year. Congratulations. Google it? Don't Google it. I've been busy with life and young kids, but been catching up when I can. It's been here since the first stream. I know you have. How long will I have to leave work and get home if if a short squeeze kicks off? I live about 30 minutes from the office. I'm good, right? You should be fine. Prawn? That's not how you spell prawn. Do you think the data needed to solidify your theory exists somewhere behind a large enough paywall? Of course. Everything can be bought. Yeah, BlackRock, Barclays, Citadel. There's the power trio. Yo, ban Carl. Citigroup? Maybe. Perhaps JPM has access to that kind of info and it informed their GME entry. You mean their super bullish bet on GameStop of $15 million? I think it did. It's not a sombrero pickle, although Diva is kind of cool. I'm pretty sure Wall Street Bets is how Barclays makes money. Will all the shorting between today and January 7th only add to the volatility after Jan 10th? Shorting it before it will be volatile sounds dumb on their part. It's shorting in order to reduce the volatility. And it's not dumb on their part because as soon as volatility starts to spike, so do the variance hedges, which causes massive options interest, which causes massive hedging. Volatility squeezes can then lead into gamma squeezes. They do not want the volatility to do a squeezy. It's bad. I don't think the spurt run was truly a squeeze. There's it more had to do with like the acquisition. I don't think there was actually a squeeze there though. Aside from the 15 million is a lot of money, especially since the shorts just spent over 50 on puts alone. What's bullish is that their bet is unhedged. Exactly. It's just a fucking long position. Like just long as fuck. Why is the word massive so provocative? I don't know. Bullish on Houston's second intro. About to be power hour, and 1,000% certainty 3-hour window for MOASS is bullish. Maybe the Reddit post was by Ryan Cohen. Did you just cipher the RV tweet and clip it yet? No. Pickle Man, I think I found the schematic map for the algo. Tomorrow green, Wednesday, Thursday red, stagnant Friday until next week, Tuesday. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. Regardless of the shorting, can't wait to see how Jan plays out. Me too. They deleted that post. Is it unhedged or is it a hedge on the money their clients short on GME owe them? That's a good question. During MOASS, can you sell exercised shares immediately or in T+2, 3? It depends on how they're exercised. If you use unsettled cash to exercise them, then you have to wait T+2, I think. In order not to get a GFV. That is. Yeah, but you're going to miss the rest of the run on the SPY, Dr. K. And yes, it was greedy. It was very greedy. You got lucky. It ran very, very hard today. But if it keeps running, right, your call expires Friday. My calls are January 21st. So, you know, that. You son of a bitch, it's power hour. Oh, yeah, the thing. My bad.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
All right, and I'm back. I hope that was fun for everybody. I'm going to draw a fucking triangle. Not like a full one, but just the top part. If the price is below the VWAP line, does that mean it's being shorted or that it's not the true price? No. It just means that the price is below the volume traded average price, volume weighted average price. Does it mean it's more likely to go up to the volume weighted average price? Yes. I'm not gone. I'm right here. What are you talking about? Are we going to break 150? I don't have an answer to that. Cat. Thank you, first last. You need space to launch shuttles, Eric. Joke's on you. I sold my 475C for profit. My profits don't expire like your calls. Boom. I'm not selling mine. We'll talk about this in a couple days, Dr. K. You're going to put some hamburger pie in your mouth. AMD having an okay day? Yeah, just 5%. What was the name of the desk chair Moonwind stole from me? It was at Secret Labs Titan XL. I think you skipped mine. GameStop has more than the float and options contracts. I'm having trouble rationalizing, and I can't find other stocks that have this problem. AMC is not even 20%. Interesting. I just been answered, we expect more downtrend until mid-Jan. Sideways or down. Yeah, we have some potential for movement today and tomorrow, but that's about it. There's FTDs from puts through that time period between now and January 10th, but we'll see how that plays out. Are you still holding your Jan calls? Still tomorrow. Just got back. Traffic was real bad. MOASS might be a little late. That's fine. Pretty sure we run mid-Jan to the 200s. Early Jan to the 200s. Mid-Jan to the millions. Sweet Lou. Sweet, sweet Lou. Where's the bottom trend on this piece of shit? Now that I have to draw that. Let's go there. That looks good. Touch tips. Perfect. Look at me manipulating the stock market with triangles. You're welcome. I mean, predicting technical bounces in advance. Can you show that chair a second? I need an office chair. No. My chair sucks, and I never got the other chair. It was stolen from me by Moonwind. He came to my house and stole it off my porch. He's a piece of shit. Carl told me all about it. I told my landlord that I FTD'd my rent, but I'll pay in T+9. They weren't happy. Did you show them Reg T? Do they not understand? I think in most states rent has some sort of Reg T, like you're fined a small amount for delaying your payment up to like 30 days or something like that. Damn right I did. How do you control your anger towards Superstock for not listening to you about the importance of options? Many have. This is a very, very important window for there to be FUD floating around. Oh, I don't give a shit. Like either either people buy them and make money off them, or institutions buy them and make money off them. It just fucking doesn't matter to me either way. I bought them. That's mostly what I care about. It's not like this is information I had to share with people, right? I bundled my rent with my car payment into a signature loan in true 1%er fashion. I showed them Reg T and they said it was fine, but they weren't happy about it. If RC buys the rest of his shares, would he just buy options or shares at market? Probably options, I would imagine, in order to maintain his cost basis. You should look into rent swaps. You should look into wife swaps with Dan Almighty. I think he's into that. Maybe that's why Kenny broke out the bedpost. He found out his wife was doing swaps on the side. Do most fund managers take time off for the holidays? Curious if we'll see more institutional buying after New Year's. Some do, most don't. Most of them work every open trading day. Doesn't 700 SS doesn't have 700k members though? I'm convinced more than half are bot and shill accounts. Probably. Is Coors a paid shield sponsor by Coca-Cola? Like the beer? Praise be to you up. Is this where we bring the candles and the robes? Sure, if you want to, Tyler English. But doesn't most of Supersonic getting on board like they have with DRS all but ensure MOASS? Sure, but so does institutions piling in, or Wall Street bets, you know, feeling bullish. I mean, there's a million ways for it to happen. I bought a Feb 200C at 58. Hold, or what are you going to do? Are you going to sell it at a loss right before our run up or potential run up? That seems silly. If you were Kenny's wife, you'd be doing swaps on the side too. Fair. We learned those triangles don't work. Yeah, I know. Until they do. I told them I was going to get my rent money though through 27 different funds. They need to be more like the primes. I think you were right about Myrna, bro. Yeah, it looks like I was. When the price rises in Jan, ma'am will say it's sentiment. What's ma'am mean? We need to post pics of the gamma ramp on Wall Street bets. I'm sure they know, right? What has to happen for you to pack it up and go home in regards to GME? It would have to fall below my cost basis, which just seems really fucking unlikely. Oh, MSM. Yeah, this is retail's pumping GameStop again. Look at him go. Should I have my rent money through Brazilian puts or variant swaps? You remember earlier when I said that everyone would be sad all day until we went up $1? I was right, by the way. All the way here, sad. Up here, bullish as fuck. Wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Up here, bullish as fuck, little horns. Right? But we're still down. I just don't get it sometimes. What's my cost basis? I have to do the math on it because I've been blowing a lot of money on options lately. But the last time I checked, I think it was around $64 or $65 a share. It's probably up from there right now. Nah, we just said power hour. That means I can shitpost again. All right. Jimmy is far below my cost basis. Should I pack it up and go home? No? You're just going to lose money? It's not lost till you sell. Hype train has no brakes. Yeah. Best way to make money on stocks is to sell below your cost basis. No, I wish it was $69 a share. If it was, I would stop everything. I don't think it is. I think I've exceeded $69 a share recently. You can't do the math on 6 shares. It's hard. Yeah, if no price action tomorrow, I plan on exiting my January calls at market close. I could buy 24 shares of GameStop right now. In this account. Where the fuck did money come from? Oh, that's going to weird me out. BlackRock bonus deposit? Did I make money on something? No, I didn't have any cat calls in this account. I never trade cat out of WeBull. Well, not very often. Those calls are like usually too expensive for this account. This is very odd. Do it. That's like 4x your position. No, I sold. Cat wasn't in WeBull. Did I play the Spy last week? Maybe it was from the Spy. Hence JPM buying Jamie. Why now and not a few months ago? Is this similar to Tesla? What do you mean? Why now and not a few months ago? Because now bullish. A few months ago, not so much. Also, I think they did buy a few months ago. I think that was from their 9:30 reporting or 11:15 reporting. I might have traded the Spy. Post Xmas sale shopping? Is that a thing? Sold my cat calls to reposition for a dip. Gonna use cat to dig myself out of GME. I've been using cat to fund all of my degenerate GME plays. It's been well, I don't know. I should probably stop and keep some of the profits, but fuck it. Buy a Christmas tree today. Diamond hand it till next year. Profit. So just like plant it. How does one get it to grow an appropriate root system though? Do you share your plays ideas in the Discord? Sometimes, if I remember to. This morning, I just had to tell everyone on stream. But it was a nice Christmas thing, right? Like, all of my picks today had violent upside potential and serious profits. Except Goldman Sachs. It's only up 0.4%. But still up. I'm not rolling Febs. I'm not rolling Febs till after the 25th. And that's if nothing happens by then. The triangle failed, unwatched, but still subbed. Okay, Ben, the triangle was not necessarily indicating an upside breakout. I know every time I draw a triangle, you guys are like, that's going up, but no. It failed 2 bounces off of the bottom trend. CRTX kind of pooped too, but that's okay. I think that's more of a long-term play. That's not short. That's not. I don't even think they have short-term options on that. Where do you typically find your plays? I post them in the Dillionaires Discord because it's like that's supposed to be more like focused on trading and the stock market in general. But I post them as like a way for people to practice or to highlight what to look for. People degenerately YOLOing into them is not my responsibility or problem. CRTX down, DNUT down, me down. These are all like month out plays. Relax. Did I call me? I said if me hit $8. What was the other one? Angel Fire. Stop buying cheap shit stocks. DNUT? What did DNUT do? Oof. It did a very nice, and then it did a big shit. Should have gotten out on the nice part. Yeah, it still looks fine. It's just consolidating. That's good. I didn't say it was gonna break fucking $20 today. I feel like I'm like, oh, look at this good like multi-week swing play. And people are like, I bought options for Friday. What price does GME have to hit for you to become a millionaire? Um, Girk is a multi-billionaire from all his YouTube revenue. I wish. God, there would be so many sponsorships for that mobile game that people don't play, and I don't know. I don't watch enough YouTube videos to know what the hot sponsors. What are the hot sponsors? Yeah, Trader Joe's has failed me. Oh, there were no picks this week. Well, there were, but I just announced them at the beginning of the stream because I forgot to update the Discord when I woke up. But I did get them out to the people that were watching. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if you're just tuning in now because they were all for this morning. NordVPN. I feel like they reached out to me and I ignored their email. Damn it. Ah. Raid and Manscaped. I feel like I'd be a good ad for Manscaped because of the beard. I mean, I guess I could shave other things on the OnlyFans, but... I make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Not from fucking YouTube, I don't. I was more interested in them now for learning purposes. Spy entry. Goldman Sachs at 390. Spy 475. Tesla 1100. Bailed on the Caterpillar play. Well, I haven't yet, but will if it ever drops below 205.55. I think we discussed Visa 220s. What else was there? Oh, short squeeze on XRT. CRTX, long-term play, possible squeeze. Or huge run potential. 23andMe, good entry point for a long-term position. Donut also looking like it's moving up to establish a new high. The 100K is all from chilling. Would you tell Gaff, would you please tell Crayons that he was supposed to bring me my check from Ken? And he hasn't yet? I know I juked around a bit earlier, but I made more money on spy calls bought and sold today than I make per week at my job. Thanks for Pickles picks, but more importantly, thanks for the education on how to play options, take profits, and get good. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm glad to hear that. Don't quit your job yet, but that's awesome. Yeah, donut looks slow. So I have a stop limit like down here. Well, somewhere in that range. I'm not experiencing any theta decay because I have Aprils or Febs. But I'm not filling, so I just keep holding. Maybe we get a breakout. You know what's gonna fucking do? Is it's gonna drop to 203. I'm gonna get stopped out, and then it's gonna rip to fucking 250. I'm gonna be pissed. Should Pores be bearish or bullish on your potential position and long pause when asked about it? I have 6 shares of GameStop. What would make DFV the antagonist and Ken Griffin the protagonist in the GME story? The mainstream media? But, oh, ignore that. Damn it. It's in the wrong spot. Quit my job tomorrow, but for a better opportunity. Oh, okay. That's normal. Why haven't you made us sign up with all of our personal information so we can get a Pickle NFT? I'm waiting for the marketplace. Gherk, I've been with you from March and I bought in from Jan at $3.16 a share. I become a millionaire at $4,315 a share. Would you let us know at what price you will become a millionaire? I don't know. I'll be, well, you know what? If we MOASS, I'll be a millionaire. I also might be a billionaire. Carl, stop flexing your 1 share. All right. It's rude. Also, 1 million is not enough money to stop working long term. I mean, it could be if you do it right. You could make a very comfortable living off the investment of $1 million for most people. I didn't say I have 20k shares. I said I have shares. At 56 shares, you will need the price to be 17,000. Interesting. Not living in New York City. Gaff, I started trading with $25,000. Thank you. Sure, Tesla and GameStop helped that out, but maybe some Bitcoin as well. That was a whistle. It's not. It's 6 shares. Right there. See? 6. Just wheel. You could probably do better than 10% a year on a wheel. You need 100. I mean, I don't think most people need $150,000 a year to live comfortably. I think that would be a lot for the vast majority of Americans. My maths indicate that 250K can replace 8K a month job selling options. Is this off base? Like just doing the wheel strategy? I mean, yeah, probably you could probably pull that in. Did you know there are cheaper places to spend all of your time in front of your computer than New York City? I'm aware. But why would I want to live there? Is $1 million enough to make MMs hedge the spy float after I use it to use it all to buy weeklies? No. Do you think RC will make a metaverse stock market where we can see your calves in VR? I hope so. If you won the lottery, how much would you go into GME? What's with all the hypotheticals today? Ugh. How much more than I already am? I think if I won the lottery, I'd just start pumping crypto. Or create a trading platform where other people could pump my crypto for me. Would be like, look at the crap coin I just listed. Everyone buy this. This is the way. Technically, this whole play is a hypothetical until it's done. Yeah, the only thing that's not a hypothetical would be the potential for a valuable long-term investment over a 5 to 10 year window. Are you teaming up with Coors? Never. It's covered with the stench of Philadelphia. Coors is paid to not talk about Jimmy. Has he just completely stopped talking about GameStop? He's trying to shift his audience away from meme stocks because he knows that eventually they'll find out he's a big fucking liar. So that's what he's trying to do. He's a big liar, and he lied to them all a bunch to harvest their monies. Anytime somebody describes an intraday cup and handle to you, you should be wary. Or it tells you to look at the MACD on the 1 minute. I still think this looks bullish. I mean, I might be crazy, but I'm into this. Like I'm pretty into this wedge. I don't think so. Idaho, Washington real estate. I would probably allow it to happen and then be like, no, this isn't going to work. Wedge says 1K end of day. Did Macors learn the intraday cup and handler from this channel but not know it was a meme? I'd be careful calling it a meme. There's people that have a lot of faith in that. What do you think of microvision? What about it? Is it because Jeffrey has cut off share lending for it? So out of all people, they chose Robert Pattinson as Batman. Twilight Batman. I mean, it's fitting, right? Vampire, Batman. This is a natural progression of his acting career. Bat. Okay. So you're going to roll over the Jan you have tomorrow for Fabs? Yep. Does anybody want to believe my newest conspiracy theory? Like, okay, so you guys all know about my conspiracy that Beyonce killed Left Eye Lopez, right? Okay. My other conspiracy theory is Patton Oswalt maybe killed his wife. I'm just saying, right? Like a William Shatner. I have suspicions. He's too fucking nice, right? And he's too sad for too long. What about Carol Baskin? I don't know. There's no sources for these. They're conspiracy theories. The more you, now that you guys are thinking about it, you're going to think about it more. I warn you. Oswald DD now. Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain, and Sean Puffy Daddy Combs took part in the killing. Those are like everyone knows those are true. Video killed the radio star. Well, don't forget that Kurt Cobain had also done enough heroin before shooting himself in the head with a shotgun he couldn't pull the trigger on to fucking put an elephant into a coma. I mean, it's not much. Like the Destiny's Child one is just so obvious, right? Destiny's Child, not that popular. TLC, skyrocketing. Left Eye Lopez dies. Destiny's Child skyrockets. Beyonce leaves Destiny's Child, marries Jay-Z, stops doing things, rich. Alec Baldwin killed Kurt Cobain too soon. Gary Webb definitely committed suicide with not one, but two gunshots to the back of the head. Yeah, super common. Yeah. After you leak top secret CIA information to shoot yourself twice in the back of the head. I thought everyone knew that. You don't seem like the guy who's into too soon statements. No, not really. After MOASS, you put together a team of pies to travel the world and solve crimes, Carmen Sandiego style. It would make a great TV show. That'd be amazing. Who killed Aaliyah? Jet Li. Who killed Dimebag Darrell? Koala Hugger? Oh, that was mean. I like it. Timbaland killed Aaliyah? Maybe. Do you take your hat off after stream? Yeah, I don't actually wear a hat the rest of the time. Who killed the radio star? Video. Nelly Furtado killed her own career. Likely. When back above EMA 200, 250. It is sad down here. I feel like you remove and hang up your VWAP hat only to have an identical one underneath. God, would people stop saying that Citadel is pumping Tesla? Seriously, that's not how it works. You don't buy a bunch of stock and then sell it after you pump it. When hatless stream, you said you would. I don't know. Next haircut. I like Jack Black. When you remove your hat, is it just brain under there? No, I have hair. Everyone knows that I have hair. It's not like a surprise. I've done multiple hatless streams, haven't I? There was that morning that I forgot to put my hat on. You've read about a dozen of my comments today, and it's really freaking me out. I'm so used to being ignored. This is really going to make me reconsider how much I troll in the future. As it should. My conspiracy theory is there's so many conspiracy theories, I can't get an actual stock question through. What do you want to fucking know, Windmill? But Jack Black is not of Persian origin, and neither am I. I'm considering backing into more shares through a CSP. I was pondering it and scribbling notes so intently this morning. I missed the drop to 140. Oops, do you have thoughts? I mean, it's a great way to make money. I've only gotten assigned on a couple CSPs on GameStop. It's been pretty rare. But the premiums are sweet. And Kenny always wants to buy the puts I'm selling, so win-win. I'm not Greek. I am Italian and Irish. And some other shit. In order to maintain control and order, you must admit a Dan as mod. That's not true. I can just ban all the Dans. If they're gonna start with this fucking mod a Dan shit, I can just move on. 510 gangs chomping at the bit to take over. Most of them likely ready to work behind a Wendy's in order to obtain more 510 contracts. Might not have an issue. Nice smooth transition. Can you share any heirloom Persian holiday recipes? Perhaps something with a touch of persimmon juice and a hint of figs. Maybe some saffron. Jesus Christ. How was your Christmas chicken parm eggplant parm? Daily gains on risk capital from 20 to 40%. I'm making more money in realized profits than at previous jobs. That's awesome. Deep fried pickle praise VWAP. I have the funds to let be locked up, so I figure why be in a hurry? I could skim like $500 or $600 a week before the first Jan landmark to watch. I want to have them before that though, so. Well, you can always like sell to close the puts and buy shares, right? Or you can use the credit to buy shares, or you can use the credit to buy calls. I stand by the Dan civil rights movement. We demand more Dan representation. Dan presentation on the mod team. Good to know. I'm just here. Don't ban me. I can't leave. They know which Wendy's my family lives. Is Persian like Aladdin? Do you want to rub my lamp, Johnny A? 510 gang. Thank you, Lander Lifts, Pigeon Whale. Coup to you, sir. For the newer folks, can you define exactly what it means to be a Dan and how to prevent from becoming one? Simply don't change your name to Dan. Becoming a Dan means that you've lost all hope in the American economic structure and you've decided to sell your body behind a Wendy's dumpster in order to facilitate your degenerate gambling habits, essentially. They also have some, deities that they praise, such as the Lady of VWAP. A few of them have worked so hard behind the dumpster that they've ascended to pigeon whale status, mostly due to their loose throat structure. They're just able to get more done in a day. I thought I bookmarked the 510 weekly play part, but I can't find it. Can you point me to the page number? It's definitely not in there. After tomorrow, when will we be looking to buy back in for Feb? Around the 5th. Roman, Cucina, and Fullerton. You know what? I don't know if I have. I haven't ever been to downtown Fullerton or DTF during the daytime. Actually, I don't know if I've ever been there before getting drunk in the parking structure until midnight. That's not true. One time I spent the night at someone's house there. And then I ate breakfast at like I don't know what it was. It was very small. It was a small cafe. I was very hungover. And then threw up in their bathroom. Thoughts on your nomination for Forbes Persian of the Year? You should bring back the old Wendy's drawing you did for fun. Oh, I'd have to find that. Being a Dan is the best. Become a Dan today by reading the Gospel of Dan's, part 1 through 4, on r/Dillionaires. Riku. Riku to you too, VWAP Dan Disciple. Breakfast at Tiffany's? I don't know what the fuck it was called. Maybe. Maybe that's why that song's been stuck in my head for like 13 years. Ding ding. We have a new dumpster, just saying. Thank you, Danny from Brooklyn Deli. Santa Claus movie DD, which ties in BlackRock. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. What a lovely day of not a lot happening. We had fun though, and that's what's important. Um, thank you guys. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a lovely evening. Good night. advisor, Frigulon.